Hi. Oh boy. I was going to say something and then I just forgot what I was going to say, but that's kind of on theme, isn't it? Just for a shrimp. But hey, it is Saturday. We are going to have a whole new adventure. Genuinely, I've never played or seen anything of the Innsmouth case, and I'm like, you mentioned, Lovecraft something. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm intrigued. You mentioned that it's also like a mix of horror and comedy. I'm like, I'm listening. You combine these both. I'm like, this should be fun. I have high hopes. High hopes, and I've almost drank all my mug already. Oh boy. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be the Innsmouth case. That's exactly what it's gonna be. I'm just excited because the UK is getting there with more age groups and vaccines, and I got my first vaccine this week, and I'm like, I could always move my arm, but I can move my arm more without feeling it. So I'm hype. That and left arm, I usually end up sleeping on my left side, so that's been a slight deterrent towards sleep. Okay, hang on, I have like I don't know if my glasses have like a really inconveniently placed smudge that is only just noticeable in my ring light, or if my ring light is just catching them in a very specific way, but I need to like see if I can fix this because it's bugging me. Which just makes me think of like this isn't gonna be like this can't work as a generalization, but sometimes I think people who don't wear glasses don't realize how annoying potentially smudged glasses can be. Sometimes it's fine. Sometimes it's like your glasses might be yikes, but you don't even know because it's also close to your eye, you don't see. But sometimes an inconveniently placed smudge, why is the game not displaying? That's actually a better question. But an inconveniently placed smudge is just... Mostly because I think about this one time years ago when I had a movie night. I don't know if my friends threw something at me and they smudged my glasses and I had to go clean them, and they're like, it was me hosting, so I was like, pause. I think I paused the movie and I was like, maybe a little bit over zealous on that, but I was like, you smudged my glasses. They were like, oh, okay. I was like, you're literally blurring my eyesight. Like, that's what this is. That's what this is. These are my eyesight. For full note, I'm just short-sighted, but Okay, game. Oh, I hadn't clicked it. Okay, that's okay. Because I was like, you were showing a minute ago, It's okay. It's just the wonders of OBS being like, please click into the window. So, let's explore. We are fans of the strange world of Innsmouth, but we recognize the problematic beliefs of H.P. Lovecraft. Yeah. Oh! 8-bit Vulpix! Thank you for the raid! Vulpix raid! Hey, Pika! Hey! Escalade the Porcupine! Hello, people! How are you all? What is up? How was your raid? Let me just get you a shout out. And I can totally display my absolutely beautiful talking and typing at the same time skills. Swords of Ditto. I have no idea what that is, but I hope it was fun. Oh, sorry, that is an L. Porcupine. Sneaky. I hope you're all good. I just started and I'm totally not in the swing of stream right now. But how are you all? I am a Shroom Chew. I'm a variety streamer. I generally lean between Spooks and The Sims, but I've mostly been in a big Dragon Age hype lately. But today I'm like, something new. Hey, Jai! Hi, you're in our living room. Oh. Well, hello. Hello, your living room. Your pizzas look lovely. Oh, 12 minutes in. This is her. Thanks, Pika! 8-bit stream for 12 hours and rated someone who's been streaming for 12 minutes. 12 is the magic number. 12 is the magic number. What will be the next 12? 8-bit Vulpix, thank you for the follow. Boop. And this is Handle. Hi. He boops everybody. He boops the alerts, but you know, if you ask nicely and maybe give him a cookie, he could be talked into other boops. He's a very food-driven pickle. Oh, $12 million. I don't know if that might be asking the world of a bit much, but you never know. Doesn't hurt to be optimistic. Escalade the Pork Lupine, thank you for the follow. Boop. 12 million cheeseburgers. We could dream. What about like 12 million pizzas? Because like, if you're like me, and pizza, you know, turns into like at least 2 meals, that's really like 24 million meals. And if you're not like me and actually just devour a whole pizza easily, you still get 12 million pizzas. Like, that's a win. A beautiful pizza runs in my blood. Same. Oh man. We got takeaway pizza last night, and I have like the leftovers that I'm going to very much enjoy after stream, and I'm like, yes. Yes, pizza leftovers. Almost as great as just getting the pizza. Anyway, I should probably, you know, not ignore this delightful game. Yeah, okay, the foreword of, hey, H.P. Lovecraft was totally problematic, but we just like his work and not his beliefs. Yes. Huh. It's 9 a.m. and no sleep yet, and I want to make pizza. What's that tell you? That you are a pork lupine of taste. But also, ouch, 9 a.m. What? I get it, you're all awake because the 12-hour stream, but also, ouch. Early weekends, Look's brain is mush, and she can hear colors as well as see vibrations. Well, that sounds like a memorable experience, if nothing else. I just hope the colors are being nice to you, you know? Nice sounds. Gonna look for bed. Nice meeting you. Enjoy your lurk. I hope you get wonderful sleep. Oh boy, you guys all need it. It was lovely to meet you too. Gonna look for you, hun. Thank you, 8-bit Vulpix. Thank you again so much for the raid. I hope you get to sleep and eat and, you know, just get like, you know, maybe the colors will sing you a nice lullaby and you have like the best rest of your life. Yes, the best rest of your life. Great stream and day. Thank you. You all have such lovely emotes. Anyone uses emote around me and I'm like, it's the best emote I've ever seen. Your progress in the story besides the ending of each chapter. Okay. 35 chapters in total. Yeah, okay. I don't remember how long this game is. I looked up on how long to beat before. I think it is like something like 10, 12 hours. So this is probably going to be over a course of a few streams, which is fine because that's how most games go. I just can't wait to see what cliffhangers we end up with because of that. Yeah, green man, where's my nose in the game? It's such a save point. Yes, I don't want to lose progress. Oh, audio, don't do that. Vulpix right now. Just, yeah. Absolutely passed out. Just needs like a little, like, keyboard desk. Actually, you know that, like, that gif of, like, the little bunny that's, like, sat at a tiny desk computer and just falls backwards, like, asleep? That's how I picture it. Anyone after, like, a 12-hour or 24-hour stream, that's how I picture them, just from the desk, just... Oh, yeah, I do. Bonus points if, like, you have a reclining chair, and then you can just be like... Because my partner does that, and sometimes I think he's left the room, and then I just, because our desks are back to back, sometimes I just walk around and go, oh, he's asleep in his chair. Got it. Got it. His chair is really good, though. I kind of want to steal it. The last rays of sunshine filter through the blinds of your empty office. How's the game audio? Because I feel like I don't know if it's too loud or if my headset's just too loud. Like, is it me or is it the game, you know? Hey, I said I would kind of wanted to. I didn't say I would. Good balance, we can hear both. Thank you. Okay, that's just my headset. Because as great as the little spinny adjustery thing in headsets are, I just constantly knock into that thing and I wish it could, like, be locked in place. The pathetic stench of whiskey, cold cigarette smoke, and canned ravioli fills the... Now I want ravioli. The screeching tires and constant beeping of car horns out there in the street tell you that it's gone 8 p.m. People are on their way home, finishing their day. You should join them. We're not gonna, though. I feel like, no, we're not gonna. Something's gonna happen. You decide to stay at your desk or to go home. Let's stay at our desk. I bet something's gonna happen. Your day was long and frustrating. You are running out of ideas on how to handle the calls of people who want money from you. Oh. A cold shiver runs down your spine as you flick through a pile of unpaid bills. Well, this seems stressful. On the top of the pile is a reminder from your landlady. You're 2 months behind on the... Oh, dear. This is not the best of times. The subs, though. Canned ravioli. Canned ravioli, the canned... Yeah. The subs only have 3 options. Actually accurate. Didn't even hear me, or how did you even get that from that? The only options. The next one is a 3-figure invoice from a games company for in-app oh no, not the in-app purchases, that's how they get you! You tried to claim them as business oh no, in your last investigation, but somehow your client refused to pay. Imagine. Client doesn't want to pay for our clearly slightly addictive in-app purchases. What a surprise. Oh, I feel bad for us. Then there's the second reminder from your internet provider threatening to cut off your... No, not the internet, anything but the internet. You might take legal action, because without the internet you can't work or live. That is a mood. You really need more in-app purchases! Your lawyer, a cigarette, a little fresh air. I mean, I think lawyer is the most proactive here, but yeah, the fresh air might help. Might. I hope. I mean, it will, but... You jerk open the blinds. Amongst the dust, the last rays of light shine into your eyes like a laser sight in a spy flick. It takes a few seconds for your eyes to adjust. Your gaze settles on the Horns and Hooves pub across the street. How many simple jobs this dive has given you. Jealous wives whose husbands you had to spy on. All you had to do was lie in wait at the window and take pictures of them coming out of the dirtiest hole in town. Close the window before you see anyone you know. You breathe a deep sigh. It may not have been a successful day, but at least it's over. And hey, tomorrow could always be a better day. You never know. It's endless potential until you get there. You are looking forward to a classic Friday night, watching old mystery series at home in sweatpants and getting drunk on cheap booze. Woo! Since the early afternoon, you have been staring at the foreboding bottle of liquor at the other end of the room. Up until now, a vague sense of professionalism has kept you from drinking yourself into oblivion. Now nothing stands in the way. I feel like something might, though. Hey, look, it's a someone. Who is it? The door slowly cracks open with a timid creak. The unknown guest pauses. Then, in a breathy and melodic tone, you hear a woman utter, "Hello?" Your insides cramp. You suddenly realize that you haven't cleaned your office at all this year. Uh-oh. Just a little dusty then. Yeah, just a little dusty. Camera pans out to little piles, as in piled on top of each other into little mini mountains of dust bunnies that, have come to life, are hopping around, doing little dust bunny things. Which is kind of endearing in its own way. It's fine. She's not gonna judge us, right? By the light of the desk lamp, you now see more than a silhouette. A breathtaking woman lights up your office. No doubt older than 40, maybe even 50, hard to say, clad in black, a skin-tight dress, culminating in a decolleté that seems to defy the laws of gravity. I don't know my fashion well enough to have the slightest idea what a decolleté is, but you know what? Let's Google it. I won't remember. It's not information that'll stick with me, but why not? Maybe it'll be worth knowing, and maybe I'll even remember it. Oh, of a woman's dress or top having a low, it's the neckline. See, when it said culminating, I thought it would be like the end, like the bottom end of the dress. Okay. You learn something new every day. A smoky eyeshadow, as dark as algae washed ashore. Blonde, coiffed, wavy hair under a dark beret. The faint light of the setting sun catches in the strands of her hair, and you wonder how many heads this woman must have turned during her prime. I feel like it's more a question of still is, but sure. She's completely different from your usual customers. Nervous bankers with sweat stains under their armpits, convinced their wives have something going with the mailman. Why is it always the mailman? Why? Every move she makes is calculated grace. Smooth as an eel, she walks towards you and sits down on the corner of your desk. Determined, she walks towards you and sits on the yes. It is a little bold, but I know if it were me, and, you know, we are me, I would definitely be like, oh, okay, someone's being very socially forward. Which makes you blush. Never before has a visitor parked their derriere so skillfully on the corner of this desk. You hope that the cigarette the stranger has just sat on won't leave any difficult stains. The dress looks expensive. Well, you know, I'm sure she could afford to have it dry cleaned, right? But also, yes, hopefully we don't ruin her outfit, because that would be bad. When she starts talking, her voice is smoky and full of promise. My name is Dahlia Marsh. I'm looking for a private investigator. I was told you are one of the best. I am. No pressure then. Yeah, no. You come to the right place, lady. You've come to the right place, lady. What can I do for you? You sit back in your chair and fold your hands over your stomach. The woman seems a little irritated that her provocative behavior seems to have no effect on you. Well, boo-hoo. She moves from the edge of the desk and sits down in the chair opposite you. Yes, She clears her throat. As she continues to speak, the smoky seductiveness creeps back into her voice. My name is Dahlia. I need help. Yeah, well, I need details. It's about my daughter, Tabitha. She has disappeared. That pause. Suggests you know more than you're going to tell me. Or at least that's the impression I get. You're pulling out paper and pencil. This is going to be a walk in the park. A walk in the kidnapped kids park. Well, when did you last see her, and where? The woman puts on a fake smile. We live in Innsmouth. It's a small port town north of Arkham. You frown. This is a bit vague. What was your child doing when you last saw her? What hobbies does she have? Oh, you know, kid stuff. They just run around and, play with their yo-yos, that sort of thing. This makes it sound like you don't know your kid at all, if she is actually your kid. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be that suspicious, but I'm just gonna be suspicious. Does your daughter have any friends? Yes, she's nervously combing her hand through it. What's going on? Does your daughter have any friends she might be staying with? Classmates? Sports club members? Anything like that? Dahlia silently shakes her head. Very strange. You're about to ask if the girl at least had imaginary friends, but you hold back. Okay, still nervously combing your hand through her hair. Oh, I get to go through all of the questions. Yes! Okay, so yo-yos? Hold on. Yo-yos? Ring ring. Can you hear that? It's the 90s calling and they want their outdated toys back. Are yo-yos outdated now? I realize, you know, they're not the fanciest thing, but I would have thought they're pretty ageless, timeless. I don't know, man. Like, I had at least a yo-yo as a kid. Wasn't any good with them. Wasn't super into them, but are they not just a childhood staple of all time? Or is my 90s kid showing? Dahlia blushes. Normally you would find this quite attractive, but the case of a missing girl beckons, and you're utterly unconvinced by the way this woman pretends to be a mother. Yeah. She may sound. No, tell us. Something's fishy here. You have a nose for this sort of thing. That's why you became a private investigator. Or to be more precise, that's why you took an online detective course that, for a one-off fee, provided the necessary qualification. I just like how that information is delivered, but I'm also like, if I was to become a private investigator, I also would absolutely take an online course and just, you know, deal with the least amount of people. And that's why I also wouldn't be a PI, because dealing with people... Time to take your visitor to task. Yeah. Why did you come to me? You get out of your chair. Innsmouth is several miles away from here. Why do you want to hire me? I wouldn't even hire myself. Dahlia crosses her arms. What do you care? Do you want to be paid or not? Right now, I just want the truth. Oh, she does not look happy. Yeah, right now, I just want the truth, lady. You're sticking to your principles. That's exactly what your instructor warned you about. Oh, well, we shouldn't have principles. Still, it feels good. Dahlia takes a step back and releases her tightly crossed arms. I already tried loads of other investigators. Anyone who seemed trustworthy, really, but no luck. That's why I'm coming to you. Am I not trustworthy? Let's not ask these questions. Ouch. Yes, so more questions about the case. What about her father? What about Tabitha's father? Are you separated? Often children reappear with family members. My little one can't swim well enough for that. Oh boy. Yes, things are getting fishy indeed. Your pen remains in the same spot in the notepad. What was that supposed to mean? Dahlia's about to... Yeah, no, let her talk. Let her talk. Dahlia turns her gaze away from you and looks dreamily, longingly out of the window. Her father was a fisherman, like most in the village. A few years ago he went out to sea, but never returned. His boat was washed ashore weeks later. His colleagues told me that he had finally followed the call of the waves. You keep quiet for a moment. Deceased family members are always a sensitive subject. My sincere condolences. She seems calm. Oh, somehow I always knew that moment would come. I think my husband is in a better place now, and at some point I'll join it. There it is. Hey, Alucard! You take a closer look at Dahlia's outfit. Judging by her behavior and clothes, you would never have taken her to be a fisherman's wife. Yeah, but that won't be the most fishy thing about Innsmouth. Yes, more details. What does your daughter look like? She's only 8 and the sweetest girl you can imagine. She's been missing without a trace since last week. None of her schoolmates have seen her, and no one knows where she might have gone. She hands you a photo. Look, this is my little munchkin. Did we need dramatic music on a kid's picture? Good heavens, is this supposed to be a joke? Is that really the face of a child? Or a shoddy photo edit? Are you being filmed as part of a reality TV show? A bit of stomach acid and the last bite of lunch slowly but surely makes their way up into the back of your mouth. Oh boy, how are you? I am good! I am excited for solving fishy mysteries. And I got my first vaccine this week, and my arm is no longer feeling it, so I'm like, hooray! All good things. How are you? You threw up. Yeah, no. I hate throwing up, and this would be my only option. I'd be like, With narrow eyes, you swallow the bile and involuntarily pull a face. Dahlia continues to look at you hopefully. She obviously didn't notice your little mishap. That was close and could have been unpleasant. Yep. I'm so desperate. Her eyes lock with yours. I think there's something strange about your child. Taking your life into your hands, you ask the mother. Don't you think there's something a bit strange about your daughter? It's called puberty, Dahlia snarls. You should try it sometime. Also, this has nothing to do with the case. Yep. Yeah, she looks like something, You fall silent. The one's face has turned red with rage. Have you been too honest this time? Yes. Yes, we have. Was your family right all along when they told you that honesty was not always the best policy? Are you going to take the case or not? More information. No further okay. No further questions, you mumble, more to yourself than to her. Dahlia stretches her neck imperceptibly. No doubt she would like to take a look at your notebook. Your pen hovers over the notes you've taken. Missing daughter, dodgy lady. That's it. You've worked with less. Well, I mean, we only have one choice, right? You got what to your arm? Oh, vaccine. The wonderful little needles. Wonderful. Accept the case. You nod. A missing persons case. Nothing unusual. The conventional little girl runs away from home after reading her first romance novel. I mean, she's 8, I don't think. Usually they hide at the edge of the forest or in a library. Should be pretty straightforward. It's not going to be straightforward. Before you can say anything, she drops a photo of the child and a roll of bills on your desk. For your expenses. You nod slowly, trying not to drool down the front of your shirt. You haven't seen this much money in ages. Yes, from the setup of how bad our bill situation is, Hopefully you don't have the problems a lot from that stuff. Germany's not giving it because of it. I'm not remotely up to date with, like, the rest of the world doing, but if it's the, as in, like, the blood clot one, I didn't get that vaccine, I got the other one, so. But hey, what's a new vaccine without some side effects, I suppose? Not in a it's fine way, but just in a, it's all new, right? Oh, inflamed heart problems. Wasn't aware of that one. Fingers crossed for everybody, because yikes! Don't want heart problems. You don't have much time to prepare. A quick search reveals that only one bus goes to Innsmouth and only once a day. A pattern emerges in your research. The few new items related to this little coastal town are all about missing persons. Ooh. Imagine. In addition, you find some rather old-fashioned articles that praise the coastal town as a secret holiday destination. The best fish, untouched beach promenade, authentic fishing people are the recurring buzzwords. Yep, start seeing it. Why wouldn't get the shot? Yeah, that's fair. They didn't test it as long as they normally do, so like anything else, I wait till they work out bugs. That's fair. That is fair. I'm sort of like... optimistic, because I feel like with the UK having rolled it out more throughout age groups and stuff, I feel like it's hopefully been long enough that if there was anything too serious, they would have, you know, noticed more by now. I say optimistically. Because mostly I just want to be vaccinated rather than not. Mostly because I work in a busy place and that's my choice. Just blind optimism and hope. Talia has given you the address at which you're supposed to drop off her daughter as soon as you find her. She also wrote down her phone number on the child's photo. You take another look at the picture before you pack your things. Seaside promenade. Okay. Next morning you travel. We could get the one bus, or we could hitchhike. I bet we'd meet some really interesting people by hitchhiking. Ah, sometimes takes time, show. I hope COVID wasn't that bad. Oh boy. I'm like, you're right, but I'm also like, I just want to be optimistic. I suppose, like, I know, like, getting it, not necessarily so bad, but there's too many what-ifs. Swine flu of 8 was way worse. Oh man, I forgot swine flu was a thing that happened. Diseases, man. Yeah. Just hitchhiking. Feel and freak out. Yeah. Yeah, the world did not stop turning on that. I do not remember 2008 well enough now. Your fingers gently stroke the banknotes inside your coat as you leave your apartment at dawn. Only over your dead body will you waste this money for actual expenses. You've never had good experiences with public transportation, so you've decided to give hitchhiking a go. You know, because hitchhiking has such a great reputation. It could be fine, but you know. At this time, you usually still roll around in bed, restlessly, for another 2 hours or so. You're at a park and ride area, which is located at an intersection of 2 country roads. This is where students and low-income earners meet to share the fuel costs of a long trip, and you often see nomads and vagabonds trying to catch a free ride. You're confident you won't be put in the last category, at least not today. Low clouds hang in the Boston sky, the air is grey, cold and wet, and the progress of your mission depends on the charity and compassion of strangers. We believe in humanity, right? Just like you use control people if you hype fear. Yeah. I guess I don't know, man, because like a lot of... Like, sure, maybe, like... Oh, hi, phone. I didn't put you in silent. I don't think it's entirely without precedent, because, like, a lot of people... A lot of death, a lot of yikes, a lot of nope. Is everything handled perfectly? Absolutely not, but... I'm gonna believe some things are necessary, but it's certainly not gonna be some of the things the UK government says, or have said in the course of all this. But that is a delightful, not at all delightful rabbit hole I'm not going down. You're confident you won't be in it? Yes, I read that, yes. Boop. Your mood is optimistic. I'm going to be optimistic and watch it crumble around me. But hey, so far it might be okay. You've got a good feeling about this. The secret is to make a good impression, so as not to scare away any potential opportunities. It's best to hide your true character until you're in the... Could you not? Now maybe I've just, you know, read and watched too many true crime things in the last few months, but could you not sound like a potential serial killer here, you know? Charm them, then reveal your true... I know you don't mean it like that way, me, but... This is definitely going to work, you confidently say out loud. People close to you give you some worried looks. Yeah, this... A little girl whose family has just parked their fully loaded van points wordlessly at you. Her mother takes note of you and turns up her mouth. "Look, Mom, a poor person," the little one finally delivers her verdict cheerfully. People, am I right? Poor? That's really an exaggeration of the facts, and on top of that, rude. Explain to the little girl the difference between being poor and being a freelancer. Threaten to beat her up or ignore her. I feel like we'll only get more words back, but I'm kind of curious what's going to happen. Your knees crack as you squat down in front of the little girl, you say. It's not as if I sometimes wouldn't like to lead a cushy, lazy, uncreative life like your parents, but if all of us were striving only for comfort and mediocrity in our lives, where would the art be, the adventure, the self-determination that takes some people to higher spheres, that makes them create works from which the rest of humanity benefits for centuries? I'm gonna wait for the one swift insult reply. The girl frowns, and her mother converses loudly with the father of the little one, and no longer pays attention to you. You go on. The life I lead is not easy, not at all, but working as a private detective is fulfilling. As soon as I have a few exciting cases, just like the one I have right now, I make a real difference. Reunite a little girl with a worried mother, bring a family together. Searching for words, Okay, I was gonna say I don't want to be egotistical, but at the same time, that's just oof. So yeah, no. I'm actually a kind of superhero, and I don't want any thanks. Just a little money when I've done my job well, and if not, then at least a refund of my expenses. What are expenses? The girl asks skeptically. Vital things I have to spend money on during my assignments, like travel, restaurants, and going to the cinema. Maybe, We are such a great investigator. The girl ponders this and finally puts a hand on her hip. I am concerned that your romanticization of precarious freelance work and your belief in creative genius has completely closed your eyes to the capitalist logic of exploitation that underpins both. As an individualistic freelancer, you are part of the impoverishment of the social fabric. You're beginning to wonder why you're so desperately trying to justify your job to a little girl. Especially because I think she's going to own us in any conversation. Feels like you're on your annual phone conversation to your mother. It's time to consider the options. 3 other hitchhikers have positioned themselves at the exit of the parking lot. A student couple and a punk with a towel around his shoulders. Every now and then a car stops, and the driver winds down the windshield to have a few words with them. Position yourself somewhere for... join them. These people seem to be experienced hitchhikers. Maybe you can learn from them. Hey, you call out to the couple, hesitantly waving your hand. Hey, says the one. Hey, says the other. Yeah, where are you headed? You ask the others. The young couple exchange insecure looks. Springfield, the woman mumbles without looking you in the eye. 2 were probably not prepared for conversations with other travelers. The punk ignores you. He has already flagged down a car and is talking to its driver. He disappears in the passenger door. Stand at the edge of the exit of the parking lot and... just act normal. You walk up and down the side of the road and wave at the oncoming traffic. Every now and then the drivers actually slow down and crank down their windows. You exchange a few words with them, but it's not until the 7th attempt that a driver replies that he is actually going to Innsmouth with his wife, and that they would like to take you with them for a small share of the fuel money. Jackpot. You squeeze yourself into the remaining seat in the back of the station wagon between ice boxes and sports equipment and fumble for the safety belt. The engine revs and the car starts moving. Delighted, you notice that the interior of the car is warm and cozy. The ideal ride. There are cookies, and Ellen offers tea from the thermos. The journey is quick and without any further hitches. Delightful. Let me know if you need anything. Yeah, let's just enjoy the ride. You don't need to tell people anything. You lean back, the landscape rushes past you, but you don't notice much of it. It's so cozy that you soon fall into a light sleep, which is only interrupted when your head tips forward. You make yourself a little more comfortable and actually manage to fall asleep. We have a nice little nap. Innsmouth town limits. At some point, the vehicle leaves the country road and turns near a wooden sign. It says Innsmouth, written in big red letters, which are slowly peeling off the sign. Your journey continues along a narrow and bumpy country lane with lots of potholes. In the distance, you can already make out a few houses. Seagulls are circling the roofs of the far side of the coastal town. You approach another wooden sign with the words, "Cars on Diversion," scrawled on it messily. An arrow underneath points to the right. The sign points away from the route that leads directly to Innsmouth, presumably a diversion. You are sure that the other board directly underneath, with the words "other routes," actually points in the direction leading directly into town. Odd. George is already indicating and wants to turn into the diversion lane, asking to follow the other. I am intrigued. You'd rather not follow the diversion. Can't we just continue straight ahead? We're nearly there anyway. Ellen makes a dismissive sound. Oh no, I don't think so. No breaking the rules. I know how it goes. We'll end up getting a ticket and George will be grumpy all weekend. Yes, George grumbles and turns to follow the diversion. Fair, you guys, your car. The vehicle turns off to follow the diversion route. An even bumpier path leads you not to the city centre, but to what, with only a great deal of goodwill, could be called a parking lot. The road stops right at the entrance to the parking lot. Above the entranceway, another makeshift wooden sign reads, Innsmouth Park and Rest Area in red paint. Free! We wish you a pleasant stay. You can't help but feel disturbed. Yeah, there's just a few too many exclamation marks. Yeah, exactly. You look skeptically at the welcome sign. Someone clever once said that 5 exclamation marks are a sure sign of an insane mind. A theory which is regularly confirmed by 90% of all online text posts. If the author of this sign really works for the city, you don't get the sense they care too much about professionalism. Perhaps you should move your PI office to this place. A big splotch of paint splatters onto your windshield. Ellen squeals loudly. Damn it, George grunts. He turns on the windshield wiper and the gelatinous mass spreads even more across the windshield. There seems to be sticky bits in it also. Oh, George, how are we going to get rid of this tree resin? That's what it is, right? Can you still see anything? Yes. George leans forward to try and squint through the red film in front of him. This parking lot seems to be popular. It is only after 10 minutes that Ellen spots a space into which the car fits. This is so stupid. I bet locals also park their cars here. George keeps grumbling. But they mean well. It's a nice gesture, isn't it? Ellen looks importantly. Yes, you agree with Ellen. George starts to giggle. Oh, great, Ellen says dismissively. Now the two of you are conspiring against me. George touches Ellen tenderly on the arm and kisses her nose. Eventually she starts to giggle also. Okay, let's settle the finances, George suggests, all businesslike as soon as you step out of the car into the dusty parking lot. Finances? You're disgusted. One moment you were sure that this nice couple had taken you along out of the goodness of their hearts. You deemed it a cosmic sign for your righteous mission as a defender of the law. But hey, whenever they pulled up, they were like, yeah, we'll take you for a share of the fuel expense. You knew there were money involved. Now you realize it's a stone-cold, profit-seeking calculation. It feels as if someone has told you, yet again, that Santa isn't real. Wasn't it charity and brotherly love that made this nation great? You think it's simply inhumane to demand money for something so trivial as transport. Well then, buddy, we could have just transported ourselves then. We are paying up because we are a decent human, okay? Fascism, flute solos, finances. Why do all bad things have to start with the letter F? Try to think of something good that begins with F. as anything that begins with that goes in my head. A flake, like an ice cream flake. A flake. Yes. And probably other things. Against your will, you hand George some dollar bills. He says something and pats your shoulder, but you can't make out precisely what he's saying. All you can hear is your ears, is the blood boiling inside of you. Listen, I understand being a cheapskate, but you knew what you agreed before. With quick steps, you make your way into the town center in the direction of the coastline. Not long ago, the sun was bright in the sky, but already the first wafts of mist are creeping into the streets. The air feels heavier and the sun can no longer penetrate the fog. Time to think about where you want to go. You slow down, leaning your briefcase against a wall. You start pacing along a quiet alleyway. You've got an important choice to make right now. The city center is in the north. Even from afar, you can see the outlines of the old and ornately decorated buildings in the main town square. Here you should find the police station, the main shopping street, and of course the town hall. As a coastal town, Innsmouth of course also has a harbor. During your research, you found out that this is a busy area which includes a dreamy beach. You expect there to be mostly tourists. The old town, according to your research, has the only hotel in town, the Gilman Hotel. You could decide to check in and freshen up. Just when you want to set off, your heart leaps into your throat. Where a moment ago your briefcase was leaning against a wall, now is nothing. No! Thief! Disturbed, you walk up and down the street, peer into alleyways and over a fence, but there is no one in sight. Did you actually bring your briefcase and put it down here? Or are you going mad? At least you can take comfort in the idea that the thief will be surprised by what he will find when he opens the briefcase. Quite a lot of pieces of paper with phone numbers, but sweets. You think you can cope with the loss of your briefcase. Lucky that you didn't take anything actually useful or valuable on your trip. You check the alley one last time. Apart from a pair of moving curtains on one of the windows, you don't notice any clues that could lead you to the culprit. It doesn't matter now. It's important that you keep moving. There are only a few hours left until the sun goes down. The first thing you visit is the city center in the north. We'll go there. We'll explore everywhere. Innsmouth Town Square, the beating heart of the city, a big attraction for local tourism. It is animated by groups of visitors who are chatting away in the sun. A lot less animated are the lethargic locals who are lurching about the square. A rather creepy-looking fountain is in the middle of the square. A gigantic fish-like stone statue stretches its claws toward the sky with water flowing out of its menacing jaws. The water sprays into the air, providing a refreshing breeze to the tourists sitting around the edge of the fountain. Looking at it closely now, it all rather looks like a giant, drooling fish monster. The square is surrounded by handsome old buildings, although the side streets reveal the true Innsmouth, crumbling facades just far enough away that the average tourist doesn't notice them immediately. You also notice the mean grimaces of gargoyles sternly looking down onto the visitors from the corners of their buildings. You make a mental note to block out the Innsmouth architecture in future. At first glance, you can see the town hall and a police station behind the fountain. There should be a few more public facilities nearby, but you don't notice anything right away. You decide to... realistically, the police station, maybe we get some information to help us, but the fountain, right? pretty relaxed vibe here, so you decide to go over to the tourists. There's lots of space on the edge of the fountain, which people use to sit down. They are stretching their legs, eating their packed lunches, or studying maps of the town. The perfect place to let go and relax. We might overhear things. Finally, some normal people, compared to the grey, sometimes even sinister-looking residents. This isolated tourist group stands out like a beacon of light in the darkness. Some of the Innsmouth residents shamble around in the middle of the square. Some lurk indecisively in the shadow of the narrow alleys. Again and again, they cast stealthy glances at the tourists, and at you. Trying to take shelter from the ominous glances, you rush over to the lively tourists. You sit yourself down next to a family who has an animated chat and are taking lots of pictures. They're eating their lunch from Tupperware and unwrapped snacks from aluminium foil. At once, you feel a little more secure. The family has spread out around the fountain. The young son, in the nerdy t-shirt, is wedged worryingly tight between mother and father on the edge of the basin. The daughter is probably going through some critical phase of puberty. She sits, visibly discontent, on the brick floor, as if nobody in the history of mankind has ever suffered as much as she is right now, this very moment. Yeah, let's talk. You decide to improve the family's holiday time by gifting them with your presents. Oh boy. The first impression counts, and you need to decide with which rhetoric pizzazz you're going to dazzle them. You ask, are you on holiday here? Lovely picnic you have there. Yeah, are you on holiday here? Evidently blind to the obvious, you ask the innocent question, are you on holiday here? Bullseye. Yes, the mother says excitedly. A wide grin lights up the father's face with bits of potato salad still smeared around his mouth. The parents keep wolfing down the potato salad, while the kids have some very precise plans on how they want to spend the rest of the day. And somewhere back there, the boy enthusiastically gesticulates towards the dark alleyways. That's where the shopping street is, and at the end of it are the telegames. Dad interrupts his meal. I didn't drive 500 miles so that you can play video games again. The mother puts down her plastic plate and starts to wheeze, her eyes wide as if in shock. Yeah, I think she might be choking on the food, but you walk up to the woman and hit her on the back a few times until she spits a lump of potato salad onto the ground. Ever heard about chewing your food? The daughter wisecracks. She barely looks up and keeps tapping away at her phone, complaining about the bad reception. The woman looks at you gratefully and wipes her chin with a paper towel. Oh dear, I must have been a bit eager there, her husband giggles. The son, deprived of attention because of your heroic deed, glowers at you. Oh dear, don't glower at me. Shall we? With these words, the parents start packing up their Tupperware and get up from the edge of the fountain. You don't have to look to know that the children are rolling their eyes. Off to the beach. Vamos a la playa. In a chipper mood, the parents wave at you as they maneuver their children into the closest dark alleyway. Okay, City Hall. We will explore everywhere. Innsmouth Town Hall. Impressed by its grandeur, you whistle as you enter the lobby. You glean a sense of the former wealth and prosperity of the place. From before, well, whatever it was happened here. A red carpet runs across the white marble floor, while the green velvet curtains on the wall unsuccessfully try to hide some of the cracks in the massive wood beams. Specks of dust dance in the rays of light shining in through the row of grand windows. You look up to the ceiling and spot a massive candelabra hanging ominously above your head. It's exactly the kind of thing that would drop on the baddies in the fourth act of a caper movie. A series of ancient corridors go off to the sides into the belly of this bureaucratic beast. There must be offices with sinister civil servants dotted all around the place. Here in the foyer, only every third of the few counters is actually manned. With this kind of morale among the people running the town, it's no wonder everything's a bit off. The clerks who are working seem to have placed bets on who can move slowest. A very normal town hall indeed. Go to the mayor. You can't just sit around and wait. You walk along a few of the dark corridors until you come by a massive door with shiny oak wood panels. It's bigger than any of the other doors, so this must be the right place to come. You walk into the room and lift your hand to shield your eyes from the light. A bright and clean office, just as if you stepped into another dimension. A man in a fitted suit and lots of gel in his hair looks up and gives you a formal smile. Come in, how may I help you? Next to him, on a much smaller grey desk, sits a hunched figure in a cowl. Must be the assistant. Man rushes you. Yeah, hello. Yeah, hello. The assistant now gets up too and walks up behind the mayor so as to follow your conversation better. Judging from your colourful clothes, I can already tell you're not from here. He points at your trench coat. I'm Mayor Van Pawn. Welcome to our beautiful town. Hope you're enjoying your visit. Okay, so we're not getting a word in edgewise. Got it. Oh, don't say anything. I know exactly what you're thinking. You heard about our idyllic little seaside town and have come here to experience it for yourself. Maybe you've even chatted with a few of the locals here. Just an innocent chat, as you do when you visit a new place. You talk and notice more and more that people here are different. People are different. They're quieter. You could call it humble, even. Hey, Sunny! You know what? I think I'm starting to not totally hate Balloon Boys. Hello. You start to feel dizzy. How long is this guy going to talk without pausing for breath? I don't know, but I feel like we're going to find out. You've got to understand, though, the courageous people in this town are honest people. Fishermen, weather-beaten farmers of the ocean, the oldest trade in the world. They're not so well versed in marketing, so I'll be the first to admit that, at times, they can appear odd to people from outside of town. Sorry for bad time to hello. Hey, there's never a bad time for a hello, right? I just never expect Balloon Boy in my ears until he's in my ears. Really, they all have a heart of gold. What brings you here, Martin? Yeah, mention missing people. Just yes. Are you aware that a lot of people have gone missing in your town? The advisor whispers something. We can't be sure 100% what happened to these people. Maybe some of the people here are simple missing some of their old friends they haven't seen for a while. I myself, for example, really miss the tiger who used to appear in those cornflakes ads. That tiger still exists. Oh, really? Oh man, I wish we had proper TV reception here. Yeah, so does Tony. Mention the missing girl. Did you know that a little girl has gone missing? Oh, that's terrible. I hope that she'll be found. You should definitely alert the authorities. The mother got in touch with me. She came into my PI office and hired me to find the girl. The advisor tugs on Van Pawn's suit and whispers something. I've just heard that I should not get involved in such precarious matters if I want to keep having a career. Oh. That would be help. This is about a child, for God's sake. Have you no decency? The eyes of the stiffly smiling mayor wander briefly over to his secretary, who slowly takes out a tiny pipe. He blows into it deeply once, but there's no sound. Damn it, are they going to let a pack of dogs loose? Worse than that, 2 men enter the room. They're security by the looks of it. The fingers of the 2 are already caressing their batons. Without being informed about the situation, they come straight at you with bored faces. Guys, no need for this. Follow us. Yeah, okay. Throw your hands in the air in an exaggerated gesture and follow the security personnel out of the office. The two don't even look around for you. They're simply continuing a pretty boring chat. Even the town hall security guards are walking sleeping pills. All of you wander through the corridors. What if we give them the slip? What if we're sneaky little beans? While the two men continue on their merry way, you decide to give them the slip. At a crossing of corridors, you sense your opportunity and calmly walk off to the right. Dog whistles. So humiliating. We need an alarm system or something. But how, with no electricity? Those are the last scraps of conversation you catch. You frown. You've always imagined it would be much more difficult to escape from a security guard. Perhaps you don't require any qualifications to be a security guard in Innsmouth. You rush back to the lobby before they notice your absence. As you hurry across the marble floor, you are almost overwhelmed with the sophistication of your escape. You will, of course, mercilessly embellish the escape part when you tell your neighbors back home in Boston. Of course, gotta make it a real adventure, right? Still, you can't shake the feeling that you've just wasted your time in this place. You push your weight against the massive wooden doors and leave Town Hall. Yeah, it did feel a bit like a waste of time. Innsmouth Town Hall was a strange experience. You decide to avoid all other town facilities in order to not waste any more precious. Time is precious, not precarious. Precious time. Following an inner voice, you march towards the little alleyways. And where will we go and what will we find? The town center is dilapidated and seems to be completely dead. None of the footpaths are maintained, and weeds have worked their way into every crevice. You notice carelessly dumped fast food packages, beer bottles, and other trash. The first sadly normal thing about the place. Some of the narrow side streets between the houses are so crammed with bulky trash that you wouldn't be able to walk along them. Many of the houses are in a poor state of repair, cracked windows, loose wooden boards, hanging off the walls, loose wooden boards hanging off the walls, and doors nailed shut. It's impossible to tell in which color the houses were originally painted. You are struck by a bad stench several times, the cause of which you would rather not investigate. I'm sure it's just, some wonderful decaying fish, right? And nothing worse. As you keep walking, you get a kind of shopping street with a number of small shops. Half of them seem to be abandoned. The first shop in the corner is a snack bar. Its name, Joe's Pizza and Burger, is printed in big letters on individual sheets of paper. Right next to it there is a shop for fishing gear, then a hairdresser just a few doors down. In that shop window you can see faded photos of the trendiest haircuts that the 1970s had to offer. Behind the hairdresser, you can make out a kiosk selling sweets and magazines, and also a liquor store wedged in between two empty buildings. Opposite, you find a shop whose name seems to be Zan. Judging by the window, it's a music store. At the other end of the street, there is a building with the inscription Arkham Acad. The letters are made from neon tubes, but some appear to have burnt out and have never been replaced. Oh, okay, so not all of that. Maybe some of the shopkeepers will be able to tell you more about your client. Maybe. Hey, Lamb! Good morning. Good mornoon. What's this game about? Innsmouth case. Lovecrafty horror humor. We are a private investigator. We have a missing girl case with the totally suspicious seeming mother who came to hire us, and now we're here trying to figure out how to figure out anything. Mostly we've just established that, oddly enough, Innsmouth is a weird town. But, you know, I may have seen that coming a little bit. Okay, yep. Board shop. Let's go into everything. When you enter the snack bar, you are struck by the unappetizing smell of fat. Behind the counter is a gaunt teenager who looks like he's bored out of his mind. A name tag identifies him as Chud. Chud is wearing a stained white apron splashed with fat and other substances. His face is haunted by the most gruesome acne you've ever seen. But you don't need to point it out. He turns to you and stares at the spot somewhere on the wall behind you. Great. You had me at Lovecraft. That's my reaction to it. I was like, Lovecraftian. And then the little description said how it like combines horror and comedy, and I was like, I'm even more there. I have so many of his stories. I'm like a little behind. I have like one book that's the big one that's like a collection that I started and then I put down at some point because it's a heavy book. And I'm just one of those people that used to read a lot and then struggled to actually pick up a book. But Kindle is apparently my answer, so maybe I'll buy it again in Kindle. Because it's at my parents' house, so I'm like, that is the only option right now. But it was good. It was good, however far I got into it. It's like, enjoy the stories, just lazy and procrastinate. What do you want to order? Listen. Well, actually, you know what? I do want to know what the menu looks like. The menu is pathetic. Only pizza margarita, pizza with seafood, fish burger, cheeseburger with freedom fries are an offer. There is only lemonade drink. An attached note informs you can also order vegetarian burger and vegetarian cheeseburger. Chud's gaze changes from bored to annoyed. Are you going to order anything or not? Yeah. Got one of those books. It's a collectible. I love his work. Whatever you can say about him as a person, he knows how to story. Or well, knew. But hey, who cares about tenses, right? No, hey Chud, how about we ask you questions instead? Do school kids ever come by here? Chud is obviously not interested in the conversation. That's a really strange question. Do you know this girl? You're holding the photo of Tabitha up to Chud. She's gone missing and I'm looking for her. He looks at the picture with indifference. Are you going to order anything or not? Ugh. What do you do for pleasure here in Innsmouth? The city isn't big. Where do kids go for fun? Dunno, man. That's a little girl. I don't know where they hang out. I mean, she is literally like 8 years old. I feel like, you know, slightly different demographics. Probably don't cross paths too much. Chud behaves very much like someone who was a child not too long ago, but attaches great importance to not being one any longer. You estimate that he's around 16 or 17. Where do you see other kids that age in town? Little brats hang around in the arcades most of the time. Maybe they know about her there. Come on, isn't there anything you can tell me? He's already told us to go to the arcades. Like, that's something. I get he's not exactly enthusiastically helpful, but Chud's no longer in the mood for your question. In spite of further follow-ups, you don't get anything out of him. The whole issue seems to be extremely irrelevant to him. Woo. You ever played Canarium? It's another. I have not. I might check that out. And by that I mean, excuse me while I type that into Steam because I'll forget. Assuming it's on Steam. Hopefully, maybe. So this just brings to mind, I have a few slightly more Cthulhu-related or specific games that I need to get to. Oh man, this looks really cool. Yep, that's going on my wish list. Because I know I have a few more Lovecrafty like horror games in my like Steam backlog of eventually, and then not exactly in the horror, but I know there's a game called Cthulhu Saves the World that I started 5 billion years. Yeah, last played May 2015. I've abandoned that a little bit. Just a little bit. I don't even remember the story of that, but that was a wonderful... It's a parody RPG, and Cthulhu, you know, has to be the hero. That was a fun one. Just, you know, speaking of things. Hey! Beam Cannon, hello. Well, welcome to Not Dragon Age. We're having some Lovecrafty adventures. Saturday is looking fantastic. Thank you. How are you? How was your Saturday? He breaks off the conversation under the pretext of having to clean the kitchen. You know you've bored the very disinterested teenager if he's like, nope, gotta go work. You watch him for a few minutes while he tries to remember where the cleaning equipment is, but you doubt that there is any. You decide to leave the store. You leave Joe's Pizza and Burger. Okay. We could look at the other things, but it sounds like if we actually want to find anything to the arcades, but I am intrigued by the boarded up shops. Apart from these, the shopping street doesn't have much else to offer. Faded wooden signs sway gently in the wind and identify one shop as a bookstore, another as a DIY store. The shop windows are boarded up. R.I.P. the bookstore. Okay, although maybe, like if the hairdressers is actually open, maybe people know things, because, you know, people like to talk there, right? As you approach the barber shop, you first wonder if it is permanently closed. What you initially thought was a reflection of light is actually dirt. Are there no hygiene inspectors in this town? No. Yeah, maybe. Oh, well, but if we can enter, maybe. Yeah, different games are great. Oh, definitely. Tell that to my Steam backlog. The Saturday is great. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. So hyped for the weekend. I've been excited for this. So I've had this a little while, and I was like, am I going to, like, you know, switch around, stream a little bit, or am I going to just do this for YouTube? And I was like, stream. Mostly because I got this, strictly speaking, for free through Lurkit, which is basically like a website of like, here's games that want people to cover them. Apply if you're interested, kind of thing. And I got this and one other more pizza-y game, so I'm like, I'll stream one and YouTube the other. I'm just gonna move the plushie around. I may or may not have a tiny Eeyore. He's new and shiny. Or well, fuzzy. The chime of the doorbell is the only greeting as you step through the door. The shop seems abandoned and thick layers of dust has settled on the chairs and upright hair dryers. A lime pattern adorns the wash basins and floor. Looks like some water damage that no one cared about enough to sort out. Just as you begin to wonder why this store was open at all, you hear it. A peaceful snore. Oh. Hello? Ahem, you clear your throat. Is anyone there? Abruptly, the snoring turns into a cough and the sound of lips smacking. A hand slams on the counter, and soon the elderly man attached to the hand gets up. With the embarrassment of a gentleman who has... Falling asleep's not a crime! With the embarrassment of a gentleman who has fallen asleep during a gala dinner, the shopkeeper adjusts his glasses and hair. He stares at you in disbelief. What do you want? Yeah, no, I just want to ask questions. You're actually not that interested in what happened here, so you get straight to the point. You get out the Polaroid. I'm looking for a missing girl, Tabitha Marsh. The man glances at the picture, then at you. His right eye starts twitching uncontrollably, and he hisses at you, "What do you want from me?" Oh dear, is that the time? It's a mistake to come here. You rush out of the barber shop and nearly slip on a few ancient cans of hairspray. Slightly irritated by this strange man's behavior, you're back on the shopping street. You're lucky he didn't follow you out. Yes. See, it's just a little fishy, that's all. Yeah, so the arcades. Yeah, where we may or may not find answers. The game's arcade is hard to miss. At the end of the dead shopping street, a shrill neon sign draws attention to itself. You think it looks rather retro, although the people of Innsmouth will probably think it's state-of-the-art design. As you approach, familiar sounds start ringing in your ears. A heady mix of cheaply produced gun sound effects and mysterious sounds from pinball machines. The cocktail of synth effects, gives you a jolt of nostalgia. Happy memories flood your brain. Your first beat-em-up game when your opponent, a super limber septuagenarian yoga dude who played the boxer, ripped you apart, and all those exciting moments when you managed to win. The few tourist families who had ventured into the city center with you were all dragged in here by their excited children. Now, you too pass through the gates to the realm of flashing lights and bad ventilation. It's extremely dark, and the screens of the devices appear to be the only light source. Families, slackers, groups of teenagers, and individual children crowd together in front of screens to catch a glimpse of the games that are currently being played or to have a shot at playing themselves. The arcade is smaller than the elaborate archway initially suggested, but the equipment is not so bad for a small coastal town. I'm glad they have a nice arcade, with zero video game related bias at all. Yeah, look at the games. Everything's beeping and flashing and we should check it out. One of the most important lessons you have learned, not from your own cases, but from television, is to look out for the small things. Only an absolute beginner would ignore the slot machines and look for the missing girl straight away. I'm sorry, was that judgment I hear? You, on the other hand, are playing the long game. Maybe you'll see her name token on one of the high score tables. I mean, maybe. Maybe you'll be able to improve your own reflexes, toughen yourself, and steel your nerves by playing a few rounds. A little girl is missing, but you'd rather play a round of computer games. But don't worry, no one will ever find— Okay. Cool it with the judgment, please. How often will you return to Innsmouth, you ask yourself? The answer, of course, is hopefully never again. So you might as well make the most of it and try to leave new high scores for posterity. Retro game machines. You can see a bunch of old machines which look like they're from the late 80s. There are barely any people here. A lot of the small screens show a swirl of flashing pixels that are barely recognizable as games. Some of them even have 2 colors. At least the games are cheap. We're already this far in. Let's play with them. Think about which classic game to play. Polly Pixel War, Street Kicker 2, P Fried, Pixelbius, or none of these. Pixelbius? At least you've heard of these other games, but you've never heard of Pixelbius. The machine looks incredibly old. You put in a quarter and begin. It turns out to be kind of puzzle with geometric shapes and colors. The soundtrack is super trippy. Your thoughts turn one final time to the missing girl that you're supposed to find, but when the game starts, you devote yourself entirely to it. It's entertaining. Yeah, let's try the others. Whoa, an ancient game! You appear to be in a spaceship and must shoot down triangles, or protect the triangles. It's a bit unclear. Try Mall Street Kicker. The mother of all beat-em-ups. A classic fight game with a lot of colorful fighters. Yes, select a fighter. Off we go! You've quickly identified the buttons for hitting and kicking, but you don't know yet how to do any special maneuvers. The second opponent beats you up badly. No, give up. The figure of your opponent stands above you, scoffing as the timer runs out mercilessly. You decide you've wasted enough time in this machine and start looking around the arcade again. A familiar sensation hits you, the nagging feeling that you could have made it if only you had tried. Stupid game. Help, I'm getting life lessons from games. It's a kind of jump and run. In this game, you're an office worker called P-Fried, whose tie keeps sticking out at a weird angle. The game seems to have only one kind of level, but the color of the graphics keeps changing. The only type of enemy are your co-workers who keep throwing paperwork at you. You throw paperwork back at them. None of those. You take a step backwards. The shrill color is still burning on your retinas. Maybe not this one. Okay, first-person shooters. Fantastic. Who would have thought that you'd come across one of your favorite games here in Hicksville? We're not judgmental at all. Shooter games obviously cost more money, but the graphics are the best. The pixel blood sprays abundantly, and you can shoot at the screen with neon plastic weapons. Annoyingly, this is where the most people are queuing. It will take a while until it's your turn, but from what you can see on the screens, you're sure it'll be worth it. Hey, Blaze! Hello, hello! How are you? Your choice is Quark. Oh, really? House of the Dead, you say? It would be rude not to. In Mason of the Unliving, scientists in a secret research lab at the house, have been experimenting with a dangerous zombie virus. When the virus is accidentally let loose and all employees are turned into an army of the undead, it's up to you, the cleaner, to save the world by offing all of them. We can do that. Yeah, let's queue for that. Mason of the Unliving, a good choice. The target demographic is a lot more alternative than that of the other games. Black t-shirts, black cargo pants, black beanies. Black is good. In your brown trench coat, you stand out like a sore thumb from the rest of the gamer crowd. And you're also trice, or 4 times the age of most of the people queuing. Yeah, well, you're never too old to have fun. Ask the people in the queue how... I'm afraid of this child who only That's not. Yeah, don't say anything. You know that, online and offline, the rule is not to cross the gaming community. Impatiently, you watch a child, who still has some of his baby teeth, struggle to reach the control panel. Luckily, he gets overrun by zombie hordes pretty quickly. I'm good. A little bit like that one Bo Burnham song, but otherwise good. A little bit everything all the time. Thank you. Speaking of, is Netflix... I have heard good things. I keep meaning to be like, yes, I should watch that, because I feel like everyone I've known has said something about that being really, really good. Heck, maybe I'll do that tonight. I'm just thinking about every show that I procrastinate. It's fine. After a few players are knocked out, it's your turn. Quicker than you thought. You put all the coins you have into the machine. Your hands clasp the black plastic gun. It feels good. The screen goes black. The slogan, Mason of the Unliving, flashes up. Then the intro of the game starts playing. Lovingly crafted camera work shows some polygon figure which tells the plot of the game. The message, pull trigger to skip, keeps flashing. I would never skip the intro. Headquarters of Parasol. Okay, not Umbrella. A healthcare company. After After a disappointing second quarter, shareholders demanded some drastic measures, such as redundancies or the opening of new markets to increase dividends. Wow, who would have thought that the developers of a somber shooty would actually take the story seriously? You're genuinely curious about where all of this is going, but there's resistance behind you. Boring, someone cries. Hey, you've got to pull the trigger, then it will skip. Ah, real life backseat gaming. Can we have the option to turn around and tell them to shut the fuck up? We're watching the intro. I mean, you know, in a nice way, of course. Oh, it's all shot in his apartment because COVID. It gives me so many I'm intrigued. I have seen it very recommended on like creative aspects as well. I'm like intrigued. Yeah. Don't you want to know what happens next? You turn around and you look at the young people around you. Don't you want to know what's going to happen next? Nope. Come on, man. Start. You can skip it when it's your turn, you little shits. We're watching. Try to hush the people behind you. The video keeps playing. The camera zooms into a white conference room in which pixelated people gesticulate wildly with their arms. In order to appease their shareholders, Parasol Corp expands its research into influence vaccine. Yeah, nothing to fear. A white block appears. It looks like it's supposed to be a building. In front of its doors, there are some blobs who seem to be holding signs up into the air. The process is made difficult due to regular staff strikes. There are lengthy negotiations with the unions. There's a bunch of camera behind you now. Either they laughed or they're intrigued. The first tests are very promising, the voiceover continues. A first test of the vaccine happens during influenza season, and batches of vaccine are delivered to doctors' offices and hospitals. Please kill me, someone in the crowd says, but another person shushes him. Graphs fill the screen, lots of graphs. The annual budget shows initial positive trends, but because of the research investments, profits are still low. Parasol Corp breaks even. Union signals their willingness for compromise in order to keep jobs. I really hope they're going to make it. My dad lost his job last year and we lost the house, a young boy next to you says. Oh man, I'm so sorry, says someone else in the crowd. There are now barely any impatient comments from your audience. It seems as if no one has ever let the intro of this game play to the end. How could they? How could they not let Not Umbrella keep talking to them? Keep watching. Stock exchange developments and more graphs. Resolving the conflict with the unions, the voiceover calmly reports how Parasol Corp manages to become financially sound again and slowly turns into the market-leading health company. It engages in social projects, provides jobs, and supports the economy. The whole audience now contemplates in silence. Lots to chew on here, and you even think that you've learned some new things about business plans and economic strategies. The intro reaches its final part. A lab assistant accidentally knocks over a sealed test tube and its greenish contents spread out on the lab floor. Then, everyone turns into zombies. Well, that was a bit disappointing, someone murmurs behind you. Indeed. Compared with the carefully researched background of Parasol Corp, the part with the zombies seems sloppy. The intro fades and the game continues. Bloody lettering splatters onto the screen and lets you know about your mission. Level 1! Survive! Is that all? With nothing but a handgun, your character stands in a seemingly endless corridor. Hordes of roaring zombies come at you. Yeah! Yes! Your audience is visibly excited about the upcoming battle for survival. I'll say I want to play zombies now. You shoot at the pixelated heads, and those enemies you hit slowly turn transparent and vanish. You seem to have endless ammunition, and you only need to shoot outside of the screen to reload. Man, endless ammunition, that's a dream. After what feels like 100 kills, you start to feel bored. Why was there a queue for this machine? Your motivation to stay alive dwindles rapidly and is being replaced with the desire to do something useful, maybe even solve your case. The zombies overrun you, and wordlessly you hand the plastic gun to the next player. I appreciated the change in music, but it sounds like house. I think it's directly, parodying that. It was literally Mason of the Undead, so House of the Dead. And I like the little knot umbrella. As you move out of the line, you cannot believe your eyes. In front of you stands Tabitha Marsh. Wait, what? The missing girl is literally here? She waves at you excitedly, her bug-like eyes sparkling. You are the first player who looks at the story. Now I finally know how Parasol Corps started. Many people don't really pay much attention to the story in games. I am not those people. Okay, kid, why are you here? So many questions. So, as to not scare the girl, you gently sink down to your knees. Tabitha, your mother has asked me to bring you home. The girl scrunches up her face. What? My name isn't Tabitha. Okay, show her the photo. You find the Polaroid you were given by her mother and show it to her. Oh, where did you get that? Your mother gave it to me. She is very concerned about you and misses you a lot. What do you mean? I've only been gone from home for an hour. The fishy plot gets fishier. Sorry, what? It's difficult to tell the girl's age. The shape of her head suggests that she might be suffering from a kind of illness that impacts on her growth. Is she confused or simply in a difficult phase of puberty? What's your real name? The girl smiles. I'm Evelyn. Visibly uneasy, the girl nods. I shouldn't be here anyway. Finally, you found the girl. Now you only need to pick up your reward and then you can finally leave this dump of a place and relax at home. Evelyn starts making her way outside, passing by other families and their children. Luckily, no one seems to suspect anything untoward is happening, and you finally reach the exit. Okay, off to... You flip the Polaroid over for the address that Dahlia had noted down on its back. 43 Shoggoth Avenue. The girl shakes her head. That's the wrong address. Wrong? What do you mean wrong? Why would your mother give me a wrong address? The girl rolls her eyes. I don't know. Can we go now? Our house is not far from here. I've foreseen that it wouldn't be that easy to go to the address you've got written down. I mean, I trust the kid more than her mother, so... If her real address is somewhere close, it should be easy enough to find out whether she's lying or not. You give in and put the Polaroid back in your coat pocket. Okay, you lead the way. Evelyn is visibly relieved. She points at a little side street you hadn't noticed before. I hope this is all going to be okay. The little girl is leading you across town. When you read the street name, Riley Road, you realize that you are on your way to the northern part of the city. Had you followed the address that Dahlia left you, you would have ended up in a completely different area. The other end of town, to be exact. You wonder what would have awaited you there. Only good things, I'm sure. Evelyn strides ahead purposefully into the area in which she claims to live. Apart from the two of you, there is no one else on the streets, although it's only late afternoon. But you can sense that you are not alone. The curtains in the windows of the surrounding houses are constantly moving. The streets are getting narrower and narrower. Good thing you don't suffer from claustrophobia. Evelyn isn't speaking. Let's talk a bit. Nothing wrong with clearing up a few things while you're walking. Hey, listen. Evelyn slows down and looks at you expectantly. Something appears to make her sad. Why does your mother think you've gone missing? Why does... Yeah, the girl's face falls and she looks back down on the footpath. I don't know. That was too direct, it seems. She's clearly hiding something, but your question has scared her off. While she keeps leading you along the road, you wonder how you can coax something out of her. Video games, of course. Here we are. By now, you've left the narrow alleys of Old Town, and you're standing in front of a wonky metal fence. Behind it, an old-fashioned mansion on a little hill. Always a mansion. A surprisingly grand property, considering that, in the rest of the town, people appear to live like sardines. You live here? This is where you live. Up there? The girl gives you a look that perhaps best summarizes with, duh, where else would I live? Yes, my family has been living here for... Here she pauses, squints intently, and thinks, about 180 years. Family tradition, then. Right. Shall we go in? Evelyn nods bravely. She fishes around in her pockets and gets out a small set of keys with 2 shiny golden keys. She takes the larger one of the 2 and puts it into the lock of the gate. A bit rusty, she says apologetically. Despite the fact that she must have opened the gate many times, Evelyn needs a few attempts to finally open it. I mean, that's a mood sometimes. Sometimes things just don't want to open. Or at least not easily. After it finally makes a loud clicking sound, the girl pushes down the massive door handle and the gate swings open. The gravel makes a crunching sound under your shoes. You've made it halfway to the house when you start to consider a few things. In a few seconds, you will see Dahlia Marsh again. Dahlia Marsh, shiver runs down your spine. Evelyn is already walking up the stairs to the porch and is nearly at the door. Wait a second. Your sixth sense for danger and unpleasant conversations has been triggered. Wait a moment, you say, just when Evelyn is about to put the key into the door. The hand with the set of keys drops and she turns around with a surprised expression on her face. Your mind is racing, even by your standards. What is it you want? I don't know, say goodbye? You kneel down and look directly into her eyes. Listen, little one, I've done my duty, but I've forgotten something very important at home, which is why I have no time to meet your mother. She looks at you intrigued. Please tell her I'll be sending an invoice. Tell her I'll be sending her an invoice. You've never seen a 10-year-old girl frown skeptically before, but there's a first time for everything. Eventually she shrugs and awkwardly looks down at the doormat. There's nothing else to say here. There are sounds from the house, like someone putting down cutlery, which rattle the 2 of you out of your uncomfortable silence. Without another word, Evelyn rushes into the house. You can hear the sounds of creaking wood and muffled voices from inside the house. You are certain you can make out the voice of Dahlia Marsh. You wonder what to do now. You go through the evidence. Something's fishy. You've decided not to confront Dahlia directly. Yesterday you would not have believed that only the next day you'd be sneaking around her front yard. Despite your fond memories of your first encounter, you've got a bad feeling in the pit of your stomach. In your mind, you go through all the evidence which indicates that Dahlia might be involved in dodgy business. Go figure. The wrong address she gave you, the wrong name, Tabitha that she gave you, almost as if you weren't really supposed to find her daughter. Where does this address lead you? It stands to reason that Dahlia is engaged in some sort of criminal activity. You're not sure yet what exactly, but there are enough red flags for you to consider calling in the FBI. You brought the girl home safe. Damn it, you can even testify to her entering the house. This case is closed. All the other unanswered questions are, frankly, no longer your problem. As you walk across the front yard to the big gate, pebbles crunching underfoot, you turn around one last time. The lights are on in several of the upstairs and downstairs rooms of the house. You can't help but wonder what meeting Dahlia Marsh again would have been like. At the same time, you're kind of glad it didn't happen. It's early evening. You wonder where to go now. Now, realistically, I feel like the hotel and then more things will happen and whatever, but let's see what happens if we try to leave town. Downtown. Oh, the music's really, really encouraging. You wander the streets. The dark clouds spread out from the sea, like claws that ominously reach for the town, reach for you. The sun has set, and the temperature is dropping fast. The air, too, gets cooler, and a rough wind whips through the alleys. You're lost. You have no idea how to get out of this godforsaken town, and as if that weren't bad enough, you also underestimate the September weather on the coast, and the real cold temperature is still yet to come. Scattered raindrops do not bode well. You aimlessly wander the streets. The narrow alleys are a labyrinth of simple, wooden fishermen's huts. At least you're not completely on your own. Look at that! Even at this late hour, there are groups of people out patrolling, with torches and pitchforks, and knives and nets. Oh no. Oh no. I'm so surprised. Let's not walk towards them. Let's stay in the shadows. They'll get us either way. It's not necessarily the knives and nets that make you worried. It's the limp that many of the villagers have, which makes you nervous. The people don't walk. They waddle, stagger, stumble, and shuffle with their upper bodies lifted up like malicious trolls in a fantasy film. You have found refuge behind some old barrels in a narrow side street. You would love to simply huddle up here, but in the middle of the alley you are without protection against the rain. The pitchfork mob still hasn't noticed you. Knock on the door and ask for help. No. I don't think we should talk to anyone. Keep moving through town. One alley follows the next. The ground is muddy with knee-deep puddles. The paths are lined with run-down huts consisting of nothing but a few bricks and corrugated iron roofs piling on top of each other. You must be in the old town, an area that is definitely not being advertised in the travel brochures. The very moment your cerebellum wants to complain about being bored, you run straight into the arms of a patrol. Oh, damn it. Although they have not noticed you yet. Oh, good. Undecided, the group has gathered in the middle of the road and seems to be discussing their options. Nevertheless, they are alert and keep checking their surroundings. You reckon that they will discover you soon, because here in your position, you are a sitting duck. Quack, quack. Hard to spell. Yeah, cover up your face. Following your intuition, you grab a piece of cloth dangling from a barrel. The torn cloth stinks of rotten fruit, which is a welcome change from the rotten fish that you've been smelling the whole evening. You walk up to the small group of townfolk. Oh. There! There! Screams the front man of the group, an old fisherman with a white, bushy beard. He waves his torch in your direction. His friends limp toward you. Their rags and rain jackets and rags flap awkwardly against their bodies. I'm not 100% sure on that one, but yeah, Cthulhu Fatagid. Considering they're a limping horde of deformed lunatics, they manage to surround you quickly. The lights of the torches dancing in the rain makes the already scary faces look even more bizarre. I feel like I have the vague memories of a Lovecraft movie in the back of my head that I can't quite remember well enough, and that bothers me. Maybe it was a book. No, yeah, no, I think, yeah, no, it was reading. Never mind. Just a little like pretzel of Lovecraft memories in the back of my head. Nervously, they lick their bulging lips while they stick out their torches, knives, and pitchforks to keep you in check. You wonder if the people of Innsmouth suffer from radiation poisoning. It would explain so much. Wouldn't it? Hey, you there! The leader of the mob spits at you. Oh, damn it. There you were, hoping to be able to sneak past the creepy group, but you somehow must have caught their attention. What are you doing here all alone? Oh, I'm just going for a walk. Oh, I'm just going for a walk, you say, innocently, and kick a rotting fish in front of you. He narrows his eyes. You're going for a walk? On a night like this? Outrageous, a few people shout from behind. A pitchfork is poking your buttocks. Meanwhile, the old fisherman steps up to you, his hand massaging the bulges of skin dangling from his face. Who are you? He asks suspiciously. As if by itself, your hand touches the piece of cloth that covers your face. It's me. I don't think they believe me, but, Mayor Van Pawn, you try. The men change quick looks. I don't think so, the leader hisses. Your insides cramp. How can this be? How did they manage to see through your lies so quickly? How could they ever believe we're not the mayor, yes? Van Pawn would never walk around like we do. He whispers. Yes, his entourage agrees. The hoods damage his hair, and our coats aren't his look, he says. Can it be that a sheep dwells among us wolves? The old fisherman tears the rag off your face and emits a throaty laugh. A bit unsure, his henchmen join in the laughter. He ignores them because his attention is focused on you alone. You stare into some strangely deformed, elongated pupils. We are going to have fun tonight. He's looking at something, someone, next to you. Before you consider what the hell is happening, something hits you against the back of the head. You lose consciousness. Oh boy. Freezing, cold, voices, whispering, arguing, raindrops that roll off your forehead, a pungent smell of fish that you have almost gotten used to. Damn it. Your cheek is pressed against something cool. Is it the ground? After the first moment of disorientation, you realize that you were lying somewhere out on the street. You open your eyes. This situation is not new to you. On several drunken nights in Boston, you have ended up near a trash can on a dodgy side street. This is perfectly normal. I don't think there's going to be anything normal about this situation, buddy. You groan as you raise your head and immediately regret moving. All you can feel at the back of your head is pain. You have no doubt you were knocked out. You try to touch the back of your head, but fail. You seem to be tied up. Okay, this is definitely not normal. At least now you recognize where you are. It's Innsmouth Town Hall Square. At least 50 villagers have gathered around you. They have huddled together in small groups and are deep in conversation. Relaxed, they rest on their pitchforks and have thrown their fishing nets loosely over their shoulders. Now and then they grin at you. Help? I don't think anyone's going to be around to help us, but... You try to appeal to anyone standing around. This is not how you ask for help. Help me, bloated people of Innsmouth. Please save me, you shout to a group of stocky men and women in raincoats. Your words fall on deaf ears. Why on earth are they ignoring you? I can't imagine. A worn-down boot suddenly appears in your field of vision. Awake already, a voice croaks from above. With great effort, you manage to look up to see who dares to interrupt your fit of self-pity. Is it their leader? Yep, it is the leader of the group, Abraham, who looks down on you triumphantly. From where you are, you can see all the small tumors that are sprouting from his chin. Yuck, you say involuntarily. If you've offended him, he doesn't show. He gives you a dirty grin. I hope you enjoyed your stay in our little town today, landlubber. Enjoyed? I love it here. Whether you enjoyed it? Enjoyed it? I love it here, you shout enthusiastically. The man blinks. What? But why? Yes, why precisely? The nice people. The nice people is your answer. The nice people with their sad faces, hunchbacks, and other physical deformities. Hey, that don't mean nothing. The people who give you the creeps as they continue to watch you silently. There is a non-Indie in Boston. A person next to you in the green line could be on fire and you wouldn't pay them much attention. Damn, the man whistles if impressed. You're a tough guy. I'll give you that. I wonder how long that will last when you're on fire. Fire? Before you can ask for a more detailed explanation, you are grabbed by the arms. Some fishermen have silently approached you without you noticing. They're awfully sneaky. They jerk you up into the air and carry you over the square. After just a few yards, they slow down. The ground they're walking on seems less solid. You're standing by a stake. Two men in rags and gross bulges on their cheeks undo your handcuffs and then tie your arms around the central pole. The remaining villagers have interrupted their chatter and are coming closer. You know what? Why? What? What's all this about? The situation is so bizarre. Is this really a stake? Do these people really want to set you on fire in a public space? A bunch of ragged figures with deformed bodies is gathered in the town square. They have quashed noses, gills, and psoriasis that covers the whole face. You are certain that you have not yet met any of these horror figures today. Or did you? Maybe they simply looked more harmless in Drexel. I dare say anyone looks harmless when they're not, attempting to burn you at the stake, but... Finally, about time! Someone shouts, annoyed, and drowns out all the other conversations taking place in the town square. Looks like someone finally managed to light a torch. Solemnly, the man marched towards you, and in awe, the other villagers make way for them. Not everyone in Innsmouth can light a fire. Two of the men remain with the other spectators, and Torchbearer continue alone until he stands before you and the stake. He turns his back on you and begins to speak to the electric audience. No. In my mind, my brain always wants to switch around the L and C in eclectic, and I've gotten to a point where I no longer, I don't even know which way. The pretzels. Brothers and sisters. Yes, Abraham? Several people respond, which says a lot about the Innsmouth gene pool. Hey, it didn't have to be literal. But, I mean, Lovecraft, you never know. Quiet, he growls immediately. I mean everyone present. Satisfied, he solemnly spreads his arms. You can now see that the hand with which he holds the torch is a single flap of skin wrapped around the log. The hour approaches, and before you stands our tribute to Dagon. We share the sacrifice and the blessing, for we are faithful children of the... He falls silent. A dozen tourists walk out of the next alley along. The villagers look surprised and exchange baffled looks. Some look to Abraham for help. Embarrassed, Abraham drops the torch, yet no cry for help. Oh, sorry, I'm lurking, trying to do a million things so I can maybe have free social life in the following weeks. That's okay. I figured you were busy, lurk. Good luck. Good luck, but also, you know, I hope you don't overdo it. Embarrassed, I'm on the torch. We are crying for help, and maybe someone will listen to us. Please. Please. Help! Hey, help me! Please rescue me! You blurt out. You earn some deeply hurt looks from the villagers, but their feelings are not as high up on your priority list as, say, surviving this night. The tourists look over to you with interest. The first few break away from the group and come closer. A young blonde man takes selfies with you and himself. Yeah, I was gonna say, they're gonna think this is some, like, just weird tourist attraction. Hey, you scream at him. No one, absolutely no one wants to see you opposing colleagues. I don't think either of these are gonna get us help, but... Inform the FBI. That's right. The FBI is the right institution to take apart this incestuous, fish-infested town. The man frowns. He looks at you and seems confused. Like a magnet, he is drawn back to the screen of his mobile phone. What? He asks, lost in thought as he types something on the device. This is not going well. A tourist stands in amazement before the stake. Is this like one of those medieval games? Like they do in Salem? Like they like to do that over in Europe, too, with knights and stuff like that. Abram rolls his eyes. Sure, he replies, but that turns out to be the wrong move. The tourist waves over his companions. The group of tourists assembles in front of the stake, which means that the locals can no longer see you. Some of the rough-looking men in fishing coats walk up to Abraham and speak to him. They're obviously getting nervous. Meanwhile, a few of the tourists break away. Yeah, let's talk to the tourists. Ask someone to untie us. Psst, you there, you hiss at the people taking photos. A man with a mustache looks up at you irritably. What do you want? You gotta get me out of here, you say feebly. Unbelievable that you have to explicitly ask for it. What's your problem, men ask, scream at him. This is not for show! This is all real, you plead with increasing desperation. The man shakes his head in disapproval. I don't like that you're breaking character. Look, he gestures towards the ragged villagers. All those people down there are freezing their bottoms off while you stand up here, snug and in the limelight. So why are you trying to ruin it for everyone? Ah! Maybe he has a point. God help you, is he perhaps? No, he is not right. No, damn it, you scream hysterically. This isn't one of your stupid tourist programs. This is my life we're talking about. Yes, really stupid, someone from the group of tourists mutters. Who just said that, you hiss, thrusting your chin forward aggressively. Your audience, consisting of tourists and increasingly intimidated villagers, takes a few steps back. All the people are starting to get on your nerves. Now, untie me or there will be blood, you scream as if in a frenzy. I appreciate our spirit, but what are we going to do if we're still tied up? All this is getting too much for the locals, and their numbers visibly dwindle. Unsettled by the presence of the many tourists and your rage, they try to inconspicuously disperse into the dingy side streets that lead off the town square. It is Abraham, of all people, who unties you, murmuring apologies. He too disappears into the small crowd, and then down a dark alley, yes. Are you happy now? One of the tourists asks. Yes. Yes! You scream ecstatically, and spray strands of saliva everywhere. Impossible, the man says. This sums up your thoughts pretty succinctly. Disappointed that they were deprived of a free performance, the tourists shuffle on, and you can finally get out of here. Yay! Into the town limits. You've made it. At last. You leave the streets of Innsmouth. I'll believe it when we are actually leaving. They had closed in on you so much that the whole place felt like it was suffocating you. A vast void of darkness lies ahead of you. The lousy little coastal town lies behind you. You swapped it for a bumpy dirt road and a parking lot whose motorized inhabitants glisten peacefully in the moonlight. At least it's not raining anymore, but it's still freezing. You take a deep breath. The pressure in your chest that had built up during the day now finally dissipates. Sweet relaxation. You will revel in it as soon as you've made it back to Boston safely and have firmly planted your behind on your leather couch. But how are you going to get home now? You'll walk if you have to, damn it. Look around the parking lot first. Yeah, maybe there's a car. The parking lot is surrounded by a fence made from some simple wooden beams. You almost gracefully jump over the fence and find yourself surrounded by many cars of different makes and different generations. In addition to the recent models, which you can see every day from your office window, there are some real classics on display. The kind that still have a real horn attached to their body. Wow. Aren't the owners worried that their antique cars might get stolen? I feel like their owners might not be around anymore. In the middle of this overflowing parking lot in the dead of night, you consider your options. There are a few. Break into a car, keep wandering around. Wander around a little more. You don't want to set off a car alarm just yet. There must be a better way to get out of all of this than stealing a car. You walk aimlessly across the car cemetery and stroll past the many pickup trucks. You make a detour over to the antique cars and stroke your fingertips over the sandy windows of the minibuses. There's no cab stand anywhere. You have already gotten used to it, but there is still .0 reception on your cell phone. There simply is no other solution to your problem. How else are you supposed to leave this place? Stealing is such an unpleasant word. Borrowing indefinitely sounds much nicer. Yeah, we'll totally return it, you know? Leave a note for the owner. You could break into a car, preferably one of the newer models. One that screams out, "Take me, my battery still has some juice left." Step 1. Break in. You need to hurry up. There's no time for any extravagant stunts. You would love to smash the car window with your elbow, just like in movies. Your weapon of choice. A stone that fits snugly into your fist and will soon make an intimate acquaintance with a car window. You aim and the stone meets no resistance. The window is cranked down. Fine. If irresponsible, some psycho might come along and steal the car. Hey, look at us. Without much delay, you pry open the plastic dashboard. You half worry that the many scenes from the TV in which someone short-circuits a car are all just made-up nonsense. But today must be your lucky day. It actually works. The car engine is howling. You put the car into reverse and maneuver it out of the narrow parking space. The headlights illuminate the many parked cars which have been assembled here over decades. A shiver goes down your spine. The car dashes out of the parking lot and chases down the dirt road. Something tells you there won't be any oncoming traffic tonight. As you steer the car from the dirt road onto the next country road, you are overcome by a sudden sense of relief. The engine roars and you speed off into the dark. Months later. Oh boy. Boston, 13th of November. You jerk awake. Only the pale moonlight seeps through the blinds of your apartment. It must be very late in the night. You're soaked in sweat, as per usual. You sit up on the edge of your bed and try to calm down. You're safe. You're at home. You've managed to put an end to their schemes, the kidnappings, and all the lies. You've escaped, but you're still under the spell of Innsmouth. A bad feeling. You returned to Boston. You did everything you could. Can't Did we do everything we could, though? I don't know, man. But you know what we can do? We can take a break to go get more hydration. Little break. Just gonna get more hydration. I might get a couple of mugs. Because, you know, I didn't think about the fact that this was going to be a purely reading experience, and much like every time, much like when I replayed Doki Doki, it's just like, oh yeah, right, more hydration required for this. So I will be right back. Enjoy the delightful music. Okay, hello. I did get 2 mugs and had a slight, not exactly jumping competition with my partner. Things happen. Okay. Yeah, we got an achievement, bad feeling, you turned to boss and did everything you could. So this movie got like an ending? Or is that just... Okay, so that is the game. I would presume, depending on choices, could be a bit longer. Kind of intrigued. One of the park and rides. What happens if we do go? Like, if we do talk to the mother again? I'm curious. Hey, I thought the game would be a bit long. Like, I'm not complaining. I enjoyed this experience, but I'm also like, I thought I looked this up as being a longer game. But maybe that's just for literally replaying to get everything. Let's talk to her about video games this time. So I want to see what happens if she talks to you more. So, you like video games? Her face lights up immediately. I love video games. My mother doesn't allow me to play them at home, and that's why I go to the arcades. I had to wait so long for the new Boom, and Quark 5 has just been released. That's why I couldn't stand staying at home any longer. Then her enthusiasm falters. I wasn't supposed to leave the house. I was grounded. She looks down into the footpath again. I hope I won't get into trouble. We're nearly there. Grounded. So she must have already been at home. Maybe Dahlia had just found her when you arrived in town. And maybe she couldn't let you know because reception is so bad in this place. Find out more. Evelyn, since when have you been grounded? A week, the girl says without hesitation. A week. According to her mother, she's been gone for a week. Never mind the fact that her name is supposed to be Tabitha, and you were given the wrong contact details. You are now certain that Dahlia has lied to you. The big question now is, why would she do such a thing? Indeed, Blaze. Indeed. Here we are, but now you've left the narrow alleys of Old Town, and you're standing in front of an old wonky metal fence. Behind it, an old-fashioned mansion on a little hill. A surprisingly grand property, considering that in the rest of the town, people appear to live like sardines. Yeah, okay, let's go. Right, shall we go in? Evelyn nods bravely. She fishes around in her pockets. Yeah, the key's a bit rusty. Despite the fact she's opened it many times, a few attempts to open it. Gravel makes crunching sound in your shoes. You make it halfway to the house when you start to consider a few things. Yeah, Dahlia Marsh. You'll enter with her. The girl puts the second key of the covenant into the lock and turns it round. The door opens with a creak. The beams of the walls growl deeply and menacingly, as if you were standing in front of the mouth of a lion. Evelyn gropes for something in the darkness. If you can hear a soft click, and the corridor is flooded with light. The entrance area of the house alone offers so much space that a smaller house could fit inside. A wide white lacquered staircase leads up to the higher floor. Your steps are commented on by groaning floorboards. Mother? The little girl cries loudly into the house. The clinking of glass, the ever-accelerating sound of high heels. A light goes on in the room next door, and shortly afterwards the door is opened wide. The backlight gives Dahlia Marsh's face demonic features. When her gaze falls on her daughter, her eyes reflect anger. When she sees you, horror. I wonder if all mothers in Innsmouth react this way when they are reunited with their lost daughters. You! Case solved, ma'am. Case solved, ma'am. The expression of outright horror is still on Dahlia's face. The little girl looks up worried at her mother. Yeah, I have so many questions here. Because my first theory was like, was this whole case a ploy to get us here, to use us to burn at the stake? But I'm like, Or was it all like... Dahlia holds her hand in front of her mouth. An antiquated gesture which reminds you of old films in which men had strange beards and the women wore corsets. She recovers herself quickly, and an affected smile spreads on her lips. How nice to see you! Before you can reply anything, she kneels down gracefully and gently ruffles her daughter's hair. There you are, Angel. Are you okay? Evelyn nods, but she's not actually said anything ever since you've entered the house. Dahlia seems to be satisfied with this response. Apparently completely recovered from her initial shock, she gets up and gives you a dazzling smile. Dinner is almost ready. Why don't you stay so we can discuss everything else? What could go wrong? Her smile is tense. Ask for immediate payment. Dinner sounds splendid. No, it sounds like a trap, but okay. A bonus for a solved case and a free meal. If only you'd brought your Tupperware. Maybe you can clarify some things over dinner. I'd love to, you say, and Dahlia claps her hands excitedly. She turns to her daughter and purrs. Darling, please go to your room. I'll bring up your food later. The girl rushes up the stairs. Time has come. Only you and Dahlia. She absent-mindedly strokes her hand over her decollete. Okay, your neckline of your outfit. Please come through to the dining room. Follow her. You follow Dahlia through the house. The property already looked grand from the outside, but it's even more impressive inside and looks even bigger. At least that's what it appears to be. But perhaps you should simply watch fewer British sci-fi shows. I was already thinking TARDIS, and then they just went, yes, TARDIS. Yeah, look around. The first room you enter is a kind of living room for dandies. It has everything a stinking rich fellow on the East Coast would require to spend a relaxing Sunday afternoon. Bookcases that reach up to the ceiling, a whiskey bar, a lit fireplace with wing chairs close by, and of course a conservatory where you can stand and swing your whiskey glass while watching the seagulls outside. The Marsh Mansion. The adjoining dining room is furnished soup. Marshmallow Blossom, thank you for the follow. Boop. That is one ominous picture on the wall back there. Mostly because of the lighting, but... The adjoining dining room is furnished simply, but it has an ominous and oppressive vibe about it. Yes, it does. A massive, long wooden table stands in the middle of the room, and an elaborate candle holder provides a warm, soft light. The walls are hung with portraits of those who must be the ancestors of the family. Just opposite where you are standing now, a door leads into another part of the house. The table is set for 3 people. A young redhead in a black and white maid's outfit is already in the room when you enter. When she sees you next to Dahlia, she is unable to hide her surprise. Guests seem to be rare here. Without introducing you, Dahlia walks up to her, and the two of them exchange a few whispered words. Without looking you in the eyes, the maid leaves the room through the door you just came in. A lot of secrecy for a simple dinner. Dahlia spreads her arms invitingly as she walks back over to you. Please, make yourself at home. Take a seat. She gestures to one of the empty chairs. Look around the dining room a bit more. Paintings really draw you in. Apparently to be immortalized in a portrait that will eventually end up in one of these walls, you'll only need to fulfill a couple of criteria. have bloodshot pop eyes, and be able to pull off whiskers or stern-pinned up hairdos. The brushstrokes are harsh, just like the people that are being depicted in the pictures. Bad tempers seem to run in the Marsh family. These faces stand testament to unpleasant and aggressive personalities, and you don't recognize any of them. You do as you're told. You carefully fold your trench coat over the back of the chair. You assume that it will take a while until the food arrives, so you take off your hat and place it on the table. The table is absurdly long. This is how you've always imagined criminals having their Sunday dinner. Everyone would have to talk very loudly just to be understood by the other people at the other end of the room. But they're more pragmatic in the Marsh family. 3 covers are all at the same end of the table. The soft plopping sound of a cork pulled out of a bottle focuses your scattered thoughts. Then, Dahlia suddenly stands next to you with an open bottle of wine in her hand. How about a glass after all this excitement? Let the wine breathe. You squint at the label on the bottle. That vintage is fewer than 8 years old. You should let the wine breathe for at least 30 minutes, if not 45. Dahlia's right eyelid starts twitching. Of course, you're right. I don't know what's up with me today. Or what's up with the wine. She puts the bottle down and more forcefully than perhaps necessary and sits down. Silently, you look down at your empty plates. Dahlia looks annoyed and keeps checking the door. She also seems to be fiddling with something under the table with her left hand. This would be a good time to ask some questions. Yes, it would. Yes, it would. Dahlia, is the wine spiked? Yes, is the wine spiked? But why'd you give me the wrong address? So many questions have been going around in your head ever since you've arrived. But now that you're face to face with your client, you don't even know where to start. Something simple, perhaps. Why did you give me an incorrect address? Oh, I'd already forgotten about that. You notice that Dahlia's hands keep fidgeting. She keeps rubbing her palms and fiddling with the stem of the wine glass. It seems that she's not used to these kinds of confrontation. Actually, this is the address of good friends of mine, where I spend most of my days, especially my little ones at school. I should say I spend more time there than in my own house. She smiles apologetically. Okay, well, wouldn't it be? Is the wine spiked? Did you spike the wine? Did you spike the drink, you blurt out? Dahlia, who was just about to take a sip, starts coughing violently, and her usually composed face contorts into an ugly grimace. A drop of red wine slowly dribbles down her chin. You... Wait until she's recovered. Help her. I mean, maybe being nice, I don't know. Oh no, you lose no time and hurry over to... I'm here, don't pout. Dahlia makes a strange waving movement. Her eyes are wide open. Is she welcoming your heroic intervention? Certainly not our giant ego. Once you stand behind her, you place your arms around her stomach and press forcefully to perform the Heimlich maneuver, but it doesn't seem to work. She's coughing even more now. Idiot, she manages to press out between coughs. She keeps waving, motioning for you to sit down. Yes, sit back down. I merely swallowed the wrong way, But she interrupts herself and looks at you hesitantly. The fact that she stops calling you names gives you hope. A new stage in your relationship? Your question is still unanswered, and she looks at you defiantly. The room has gone very quiet. Your mouth has gone dry. This tension is really getting to you. Spiked, she purrs quietly, and pointedly takes another sip from her glass to demonstrate what she thinks of your question. She licks her lips provocatively. Who do you take me for? Thank you for criminal who spikes drinks, or... Yeah, I'm thinking, what about something with glasses? How about we swap glasses? How about we swap glasses? Dahlia's careful facade crumbles. Her derisive smile falters, and a deep line appears in her forehead, which she must have kept in check so far with a lot of makeup. She considers her glass for a moment and caresses its rim with one finger. Why? Why? She stops for a deep sigh. Why do you have to make everything so damn difficult? There's accusation in her eyes, which makes you feel as if you were a kid's magician who has just ruined her daughter's birthday party. No other detective has managed to get this far into my own house. Dahlia takes another sip from her glass. You got unbasted. Is that a no? Is that a no, you ask? Dahlia's hostile reaction now completely confirms to you that the drink is spiked. Whether roofies or poison does not matter to you. You refuse to yield. You pour the wine onto the floor and don't let your hostess out of your sight while doing it. She purses her lips. She puts down the glass with a deep sigh and starts to massage her temples. Of course the wine is spiked, you moron. Remove your glass, actually. Before you can register any complaint, she continues. Dahlia sighs. All you were supposed to do is walk through town for a little while, spend a bit of your allowance, and then be captured by one of these idiots in the town. She looks at you coldly, but you're not even good for that. You always have to make everything so damn complicated. Oh, is that the time? Goodness, is that the time? You get up from your chair and move the wine glass a little further away from you. You don't even want to know whether the wine is spiked or not. You're done with this evening. I forgot that I need to give my pet hamster a call. I think he's going to be worried about me. Your knees shake as you get up. You're relieved you've made this small but crucial step. You are about to sneak over to the closest door when you hear a metallic clicking sound. A metallic clicking sound that you're familiar with from movies. Movies with handguns. Hold it right there, a monotonous voice behind you says. The voice reminds you a little of Dahlia. You turn around slowly, careful not to make any rash movements. Hey, calm down, you murmur and go back to your seat. The door to the living room opens and Maid enters, but this time she's not alone. She's pushing an old man in a wheelchair to the empty seat at the end of the table. Dahlia and the maid exchange glances, and Dahlia nods briefly. The maid walks around the table outside your field of vision. You find it very tricky to evaluate the situation. Who the hell is this? Dahlia's grandfather? Sunken eyes stare into the void from under white, bushy eyebrows. The mouth, surrounded by impressive wrinkles, appears to chew on God knows what. Before you can say anything, someone pressed a tissue, soaked with chloroform, against your face. Yeah. Okay. Did they put us in the attic? Your consciousness returns and surges. Each interval lasts a little longer and lets you absorb more of your surroundings. Freezing cold, the pain. You blink your eyes that feel crunchy and dry. Your first instinct is to rub your eyes and get some relief, but you can't move. The first thing you notice is the wooden planks in front of you. No, that's not right. Not in front of you, above you. You realize that gravity is pushing you to the ground. You're lying on the floor, maybe in an attic or a basement. It's hard to say. You lift your head to try to get a better sense of the situation. A circle of candles is placed around you. They are almost burnt to the ground, and their light flickers on the walls and ceiling. Your arms and legs are stretched out in a sort of X shape. You try to move and get up, but no luck. There's a firm and scratchy resistance on your wrists and calves which force you to stay in this position. On top of it all, you're stark naked. The only thing that still covers you is green paint. Your whole body seems to be splattered with green paint. Okay, I didn't expect the paint. Scratchy boards rub uncomfortably against your back, legs, and other parts of your body, which you usually keep at a safe distance from splintery wood. Whoever transported you did not take great care when placing you down. Your whole body feels like one big bruise. You have been gagged. No, you have seen. You have seen gagged and naked prisoners many times before in cheap thrillers and horror movies. The fact that this now happened to you makes you laugh. You laugh. You laugh louder and more maniacally than you've ever laughed in your life. Your body spasms with laughter, so you almost forget the pain. The splinters of wood in sensitive areas of your body, and the many bruises that were plaguing you only a second ago. Shortly after, you calm down again. Take a breath. You'll get a great anecdote out of this if you manage to survive it, that is. What now? Examine the room. The candlelight is weak, and some candles have already blown out, their wicks sunken into the wax. After overcoming your initial confusion, you now manage to make out the windows. Thin panels of glass cover the sloping roof. At the other end of the room, you can make out some square shapes, but that's about it. You lift your head, but your view is very limited, and you can't make out much more. We could wriggle a bit, but maybe we should gather some strength. Finally, you can make out some sounds from the lower floors. Clack, clack, clack. The sound becomes more pronounced and are approaching you. The echoing, clacking sound is all too familiar to you. Your whole body tenses. You can hear Dahlia's heels. Then, metallic sounds. A latch opens, then a rusty lock. The wooden door drags against the floorboards. The door opens and then swings shut again. Silence. Did somebody merely have a quick look into the room, or did they enter? You really don't like not knowing if there's someone else in the room with you. Oh, look who's up again, Dahlia's voice whispers sweetly. Frantically, you try to make out shapes in the shadows all around you, but there is only darkness. If only you'd stayed unconscious, that would have made things so much easier. Would have made what so much easier, Dahlia? I really wanted to save you the whole ordeal. Let's just make light of the situation, you know? Humor's a defense mechanism. Let's put the defense part of that to the test, right? Save me the ordeal? Are you serious? The only person you're concerned about is yourself. Whatever you're planning, at least look me in the eye. Your words fade into the dark. You almost think you've gone too far when you hear Dahlia's melodic voice again, now slightly less melodic than before. I guess I owe you that, don't I, after all your efforts? The nerve of that woman. At last, she steps out of the shadows to your right. You lift your neck to see her better. The Dahlia you have come to know as so calm, cool, and calculating currently appears to be a nervous wreck. She is constantly moving and also playing with something metallic and shiny in her hands. Does she still have the gun? Or is it a knife this time? Oh look, yeah, a knife! Bargain. Wait, ask for mercy. Wait. Decide not to be intimidated and put on the best poker face one could muster when naked and tied up in the floor. Let's hope that your naked body will not betray your anxiety in one way or another. Dahlia has gotten a little closer to you and is looking at you as if you were a potential new rug. I'm not furniture. Are you cold? She asked with a flirtatious smile. Oh, damn it. Her fingers caress the handle and blade of a knife. Even from your awkward position, you can see that she's smiling. At least one person's having fun. Can we bargain our way out of this? Whatever you're planning, you say with as much confidence as you can fake. Explain what's going on here. Being serious, explain to me what's going on here. Classic, delaying the inevitable just a little by asking the villain to explain their plans. Hopefully Dahlia isn't too familiar with all these cliches. Dahlia's fingertips impatiently stroke the handle and blade of her dagger, her face reflecting the conflict that must be going on inside her. She points the gun down at you and relaxes a little. Fine, I guess I owe that to you. You listen intently to the measured clicking sound from her heels. She moves through the room like a cat, elegantly but with malicious intent, while continuing to talk quietly. You're an exception, you know. Usually all this works very differently. All this? She gives you a smile, fingers still clutching the dagger. To make it brief, yes, we do lure people here to Innsmouth to sacrifice them to Dagon, ruler of the ocean. To be more precise, it's just me and a handful of other inhabitants who are still able to mingle among the other people without raising suspicion. Many here suffer from what we call the Innsmouth look. Dahlia points to her neck. Gills, changes of the eye shape, dandruff, hair loss, to only name the common effects. And you don't really want to know what's happening downstairs. She laughs softly. Your blood curdles. Downstairs? And this weekend, the sacrifices are of special significance. The stars, she points the dagger towards the ceiling to illustrate her point, are in a unique constellation. You could say that every family, even the rabble of the city, is trying to make a sacrifice today. You can't imagine how surprised and delighted I was when you showed up on my doorstep. We had assumed that you would be wasted, as she twists her mouth and says, a community sacrifice. This exclamation brings up more questions than it answers. But why me? Why me of all people? You ask desperately. You may not be the best kind of human, but neither are you the most depraved specimen of your species. It's really nothing personal. Dahlia raises her hand soothingly, which, given she has a dagger in her hand, is more threatening than reassuring. It's just that we prefer to bring people here who nobody will miss that quickly. This works by specifically selecting fringe professions, such as private investigators, especially those whose business, if you don't mind me saying, isn't going that well. There's your answer. You're a loser that no one will miss. And all you're good for is to be sacrificed to a cult in a Hicksville coastal town. Dahlia looks down on you pitifully. Her grip around the dagger is now visibly tighter. She is preparing for what she's about to do. Does she have a conscience? Oh, please, please no. Dahlia's mouth twists in disgust, as if you were a cockroach she discovered in her salad. Playfully, she balances the knife on her index finger. You think you can detect a certain curiosity in her expression. You've got a daughter. What would the girl think of you if she knew about all this? That her mother is a murderer? A smirk. Not the reaction you'd hoped for. My daughter is the reason I do all this. For my family. One day my daughter will be here in my place. One day she will be wielding this dagger. You're getting more and more desperate. Are you going to kill me now? With this dagger? Once again, the cold steel gently strokes your cheek. That's right, got a problem with that. I do! She grasps the dagger with both hands and holds it over you. You watch as the hairs on her arms stand up as she begins to speak. Oh, Dagon, in my name and in the name of my ancestors, take this sacrifice. She lifts her arm and emits a scream that lets your blood curdle. She rams the knife into your chest, and it glides almost silently through skin, flesh, and bones. An unknown world of pain overwhelms you. You try to breathe, to speak, but every little movement is punished by microscopic pinpricks. Well, this is going well for us, isn't it? Your body starts to burn. It may be your sense of panic fooling you, but you are pretty sure that the green runes on your body are now beginning to glow slightly. You should consider yourself lucky, whispers Dahlia hoarsely. With her free hand, she moves a strand of hair from her face. Your death will bring our family another period of happiness and prosperity. You were of some use to somebody after all. She pulls the blade from your chest with a jerk. The pain is unbearable, then it stops. Wow! Black Widow. Talia Mars set you up, you goddamn tool. I'm kind of curious what happens. What happens if you, like, if things go differently with the pyre? A lot less. Too early. Too early. I would like to load that. See how it all goes. Freezing up, cheeks, press something cool. Yep, not new to you, several. Yeah, until we both were tied up, and you're like, oh no. The pitchforks. Yeah. They're gonna start complaining. All else fails. You decide to wallow in self-pity. After all, you have no clue how you got yourself into this situation. You wonder if those gangsters have also stolen your wallet and emptied your bank account. Do they have your apartment key? Have they already been to your crappy apartment in Boston? And what about your goldfish, Al? You really should have fed him again before you left, damn it. You're going to lose everything. Everything. But they will never take away your online private detective license. Never. A worn-down boot suddenly appears in your field of vision. Awake already, a voice croaks from above. With great effort, you manage to look up to see who dares to interrupt your fit of self-pity. It is a man with a grey, shaggy beard, which barely hides the small tumour sprouting from his chin. Yuck, you say involuntarily. If you've offended him, he doesn't show. He gives you a dirty grin. Hope you enjoyed your land. Yeah, I'm just gonna go. No, hate all of you. It's difficult to think clearly. It's been a strange day, that much is clear. You're opting for a timeless, I hate all of you. Then you narrow your eyes slightly. The old man blinks back suspiciously. Damn, the man whistles if impressed. You are a tough guy, I'll give you that. I wonder how long that will last when you're on fire. Fire? Before you can ask for more detailed explanation, you're grabbed by the arms. Some fishermen have silently approached you without you noticing. They jerk you up into the air and carry you over the square. After just a few yards, they slow down. The ground they're walking on seems less solid. You're standing by a stake. Two men in rags and gross bulges on their cheeks undo your handcuffs and then tie your arms around the central pole. Try to loosen the shackles. You tug on the ropes, twist and turn your wrists as far as you can. No luck. The handcuffs are not even particularly well attached. You can feel their loose fit. It's just like they're strong enough to hold someone like you. Finally, about time, someone shouts, annoyed, and drowns out all the other conversations taking place in the town square. Looks like someone finally managed to light a torch. Suddenly the men march towards you, and in awe, the other villagers make way for them. Not everyone in Innsmouth can light a fire. Two of the men remain with the other spectators, and the torchbearer continues alone until he stands before you in the stake. He turns his back on you and begins to speak to the eclectic audience. Brothers and sisters. Yes, Abraham? Several people respond, which says a lot about the Innsmouth people. Quiet, he growls immediately. I mean everyone present. Satisfied, he solemnly spreads his arms. You can now see that the hand with which he holds the torch is a single flap of skin wrapped around the log. The hour approaches, and before you stands our tribute to Dagon. We share the sacrifice and the blessing, for we are faithful children of the... He falls silent. A dozen tourists walk out of the next alley along. The villagers look surprised and exchange baffled looks. Some look to Abraham for help. What happens if we just remain silent? You remain silent. The whole thing is really rather unpleasant. Sure, these degenerates want to set you on fire and sacrifice you to some god, but the point is that they picked you Oh yeah, we should feel so special and honored. Like, they picked us. Yeah, because, you know, it wasn't just I happened to be here. Out of all the travelers in this town, they chose you. For example, this guy who was constantly shoveling white french fries into his mouth, they didn't pick him. Or the blonde hipster who has the nerve to take selfies of himself and the steak with yours truly on it, they didn't pick him either. All these tourists were carefully considered, and only you were found to be worthy enough for the steak. There's putting a positive spin in things, and then there's this. The tourists mingle with the people, but the atmosphere remained stiff and awkward. The villagers once again proved to be lousy hosts. The tourists soon move on to the next attraction of the Innsmouth nightlife. Abraham, the torchbearer, hams and haws for a few more minutes until all tourists have left the town square. Thanks? He mumbles sheepishly with a side glance in your direction. That was really decent of you not to make any trouble. Don't worry about. Could you possibly not set me on fire for that? Could you maybe not set me on fire for that, you ask? Because that's what you are, an eternal optimist. The old fisherman slowly shakes his head. No, sorry. You sigh. Figures. Any last words? I love pineapple on my pizza. Some villagers give you a round of applause, but the majority of the audience stands there awkwardly. Abraham just shrugs. Then he puts the burning torch in the wood. With a crackling sound, the fire consumes the first dry branches. Sight of the spreading flames makes you panic. Suddenly you realize that this whole thing serves the single purpose of setting you on fire. This has been evident for some time, but only now has it really clicked. It doesn't take long for the whole pile of wood to be on fire. The heat is unbearable. Your skin hurts so much that you almost lose consciousness. But no such luck. Only when all your clothes are singed and blisters form on your cheeks does your circulatory system finally collapse. You burn alive. Never again cold cases, that's for sure. That's for sure. Slightly curious if this has Steam, like if it's just in-game achievements or does it have Steam achievements, because I don't remember. It does. Which I've got none of, because it's for doing various specific things. Like, use dirty methods to avoid payment. Found a couple of weird City Hall records for exploring more things. Played a creepy arcade game. Didn't I play all the arcade games? Interesting. Oh, that's right. There's the hotel. No, wait. I didn't want to... No. I didn't mean that chapter. But I was thinking, like, what else is there we didn't explore? There's the hotel. Yeah, because our option, it was at, like, near the end of the town square. It was we could either leave town or go to the hotel, wasn't it? No, wait, I'm getting more confused. Because it's after the, It was when we didn't go into the Marsh Mansion. But that's Villa Marsh we have. Yeah, so it's that. Then is Town Square not? I'll see. I'll see. We either play through one chapter or both. The Mad One! Raymond Semi, thank you for the follow. Boop. Talk to the kid, get to her house, don't go into the house, wait till we get to the option for the hotel. Bad for the girl, you've even seen the little girl so blue. Given her overbite, she'll have rotten time in high school, too. Kids would be so cruel. You pat her head. Be fine. Put in a good word for your mother. That was fine. Oh dear, those tears. Before you can say anything, she turns away and wipes away her tears. I can't tell if she's just like... Does she know what's going to happen to us? Or is this just she's like, you be nice. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's not go in. Yeah, wait a second. Mine is racing, even by your standards. And mine was going to say goodbye. Go. Please don't tell her I was here. You're right, and she nods immediately. That's best for everyone involved. She does know what would happen to us. Again, another one of these cryptic sentences. Before you can respond to anything, there are sounds from the house, like someone putting down cutlery. So your quick peck in the cheek and then rushes into the house with another word. She knows. And she was not happy about it. Here are sounds of creaking wood and muffled voices. Go through the evidence. Bad feeling, pretty much like, yes. Much bad. To the hotel. See how this goes. The Gilman Hotel, what could ever go wrong? Darkness has befallen Innsmouth. Old-fashioned gaslights illuminate a few patches along the dark alleyways, but generally it doesn't look as if the town planners were too fussed with providing adequate lighting. Some streets are completely plunged into darkness. So when you say adequate lighting, do you really mean is there really any lighting? Are these gaslights perhaps a lie? You struggle more and more to find your way around. Was this awful gargoyle already here earlier in the afternoon, or are you in the wrong part of town altogether? When you're almost about to give up your search for the Gilman Hotel and resigned to finding a cozy spot somewhere on the curb, you see it, the outline of the hotel roof. Luckily, the hotel is set apart, clearly from the misshapen nearby tenements. The Gilman Hotel is an architectural masterpiece. Although right now, in the dark, you can't make out many of its stylistic features, the hotel majestically rises 4 stories above the rickety houses that surround it. A sea of leaves glints in the light of the moon. Must be ivy. An empty parking lot makes you think that the hotel must still have some rooms available. You feel like you've been following for a long time. The growing paranoia and constant glancing over your shoulder. You'll be able to forget all of this very soon. You follow the path leading up to the entrance and come to a standstill in front of a massive oak door. Your hand touches the cold metal handle. You press it down and pull, but to your surprise, the door doesn't open. The hotel seems shut. Ring the doorbell. Surely it should be possible to wake up the concierge, the lobby boy, or the underpaid intern. Under a polished brass sign that reads, Best Hotels Competition, 1928, first round competitor. Oh, you find the doorbell. You press down on the button for a second, then again for longer, and then once more for good luck. However, this doorbell is ringing. Wherever this doorbell is ringing, you can't hear its chime out here. You press the butter. At least with however, I'm like, I know I just took the H from here. You press the button a few more times. By now, some angry person should be here to threaten you with physical violence. Nothing. Knock on the door? That sounds making it very difficult to spend your money. Didn't expect knocking sound effect, but appreciate the detail. They've asked for this, hoping to maybe wake up one of the hotel guests. You pound your fists against the door. Apart from a bit of dust falling off the door frame, your efforts are in vain. You only produce muffled sounds, and you doubt that anyone inside will hear them. It's hard to believe, but the architecture of the hotel seems to be of very high quality. You begin to wonder why anyone would waste their exquisite workmanship in a place like Innsmouth. look another way in. You walk around the property. Metal bars in front of the windows make it impossible to simply climb inside, but you had at least hoped to find a lit window which you could knock on to make yourself known to someone inside. They won't even let you give one of the night shift staff a good scare. All the rooms inside the hotel seem to be in complete darkness, including the foyer. No one is working. No one is having a drink at the hotel bar. Keep walking. You walk around the whole hotel, still hoping to find a lit window somewhere. No such luck. Soon you're back at the entrance. It's hard to believe such a thing is possible these days, but the hotel really seems to be closed. No one is allowed in or out for that matter. Do the guests know that they're locked in the building overnight? Will there be other gormless tourists in an hour or two trying to get in just like you are now? Not actually your problem, you remind yourself. Turn around, leave the hotel behind you, and walk back to the street. Okay, so this means we clearly need to actually go to the hotel once you get to town. And then hopefully they would only be open, okay, that one. They'd only be open whenever they know they're expecting guests. Or, open especially for us. Either way. Let's just why be optimistic this time? You've probably arrived and already regret your decision a little. Depending on the compassion and generosity of others, what are you thinking? As a private detective, you should know better. Definitely going to work, you calmly say out loud. Yeah, the kid, just ignore the kid. Kids do not understand the complexity of adult life, the sacrifices one has to make for an exciting life. As a not very successful private detective, soon the child loses interest in you and runs back to his parents. Time to consider the options. The other hitchhikers. What if we go somewhere further apart? It will harm your chances as a hitchhiker if you stand too close to those people, you say to yourself while you keep your distance. Other people would just occupy the seats that you're after. Time to get to business. Decided to stand there harmlessly with your briefcase by your side and point your thumb towards the exit. Classic hitchhiker style. When you're already starting to ask yourself whether you look as someone who works for a taxman or like some sort of hitman, a car comes to a stop next to you. You get goosebumps. All of a sudden your mouth is completely dry. It's a wood-paneled station wagon. The window is rolled down, and a hand appears. You can't see the driver in the dark of the car. Hello? You approach the car and start talking. Hello, I'm on my way to Innsmouth. A middle-aged man with thinning hair, horn-rimmed glasses, and a mustache leans out the window. In front of your mind's eye, you go through your signs of a serial killer checklist. One of his pupils seems to be wandering off to the left, while the other one is fixed on you. His hand now moves over his steering wheel as if to stroke it. You can ride with me, he whispers. I'm not reassured, but I'm curious. Thank you! You ignore all the warning signs known from movies and television and get into the station wagon with a queasy feeling. Is this really better than the bus? You walk around the car and its owner opens the passenger door. When you drop into the seat, you notice a weird smell. That must be detergent. At least there's proper hygiene. An alarm goes off in your reptile brain. Hank! The driver mumbles and steps on the gas pedal. With a jerk, the car starts moving. The back of your head is abruptly pressed into the headrest. What could go wrong? What brings you to Innsmouth? What brings you to Innsmouth, you say, as you lighten up the strange mood in the car? The man looks as lips for answering. Special business, he turns to you now, and seems to ignore the road in front of him. Innsmouth is interesting because not too many questions are asked there. It's a bit like a black hole, and some people, the town just swallows them up. The alarm goes off in the back of your mind. Laugh politely not. A black hole? What a strange description for a remote seaside town. A black hole, you ask? Yes, the man mumbles thoughtfully. I'm an astronomer, For a moment, he turns to you and you notice that his left pupil keeps wandering to the side of his eye, only to snap back shortly thereafter. This regular pattern has an almost hypnotic effect on you, ask. Want to watch the spaghetti effect? Wait, is this a... Hank seems irritated for a moment. Spaghetti effect? You've no idea why you asked that. Something in your brain switches your speech center to autopilot and starts spitting out facts about black holes from the last space documentary you watched. Yes, this is a physical phenomenon. Near a black hole, gravity becomes so massive that everything that approaches it becomes incredibly stretched. An astronaut who falls into a black hole would be torn into bloody strips. Long before that, though, like human spaghetti, haha. Talk more about black holes. Of course, time behaves differently, so close to a black hole, one always thinks that if you were to fall into a black hole, it would just suck you up quickly and that's it. But no, while the astronaut is stretched, time also stretches. The moment simply continues. For hours, years, millennia, it's torture, a true version of hell. To be torn into shreds forever and ever, unable to move while the whole universe around you ages and eventually dies. It's now very quiet in the car. Your driver seems to be thinking of your description of eternal torture. His grip around the steering wheel becomes noticeably firmer. You see his knuckles turning white. You seem to be thinking about torture a lot, don't you? He whispers. Oh, haha, no, I just like watching documentaries. There's that unpleasant silence in the car again. More small talk. More. Recently, for example, I saw this very interesting documentary about serial killers. You're not quite sure what made you want to talk about this very topic with this very person next to you. And, serial killers are always caught, you know. There's simply no escape from the police. We have these tiny DNA traces on our bodies everywhere, which can always be found anywhere. To escape the cops, you'd have to leave your car in a scrap metal press in Boston and somehow leave the city without being seen and disappear to some abandoned coastal village. You notice again the smell of cleaning agents in the car. Shit, Hank is a murderer! You look around. The road ahead of you is clear. Behind you, too. There's no one else in sight. No witnesses, far and wide, you mumble to yourself. How absurd. Should your story really end like this? You find it so ridiculous you can't help but giggle stupidly. Hank's car slowly stops. Wordlessly, he gets out, walks around the car and opens your door. Please, leave my vehicle immediately. I simply can't drive with you anymore. I feel like you've been hit in the head with a hammer. What? You blurt out. Hank stammers. Don't take it personally, but you're just too scary for me. I had a bad feeling when I picked you up, but I ignored that. But I can no longer ignore it. I'm afraid of you. I just want to go to Innsmouth to buy my daughter a wooden toy boat for her birthday. I don't need to be dealing with crazy co-drivers. If something happened to me, nobody would know where I am, because it's supposed to be a surprise. I have already said too much. Leave. Soon after, you find yourself in the dust by the side road. Hey, we didn't get murdered, though. The car slowly returns to the road and steadily gains speed. Bye, you call out after him, as if what just went down had happened by mutual agreement. A rough wind whips into your face. It's strong and feels almost as if an invisible hand was pushing you back in the direction you came from. Let's just continue on foot. Check your phone, and your hope of just ordering a taxi for the rest of the way is immediately dampened. No reception. Decide to continue on foot in the hopes that someone will pick you up along the way. A field right by the road turns out to be the perfect hiking trail towards Innsmouth. At least you assume Hank hasn't lied to you. It is to be expected in your current situation, but you feel incredibly alone. No one seems to be leaving Innsmouth, and no one seems to want to travel there, apart from you. A flock of birds form gigantic, ever-changing constellations on the horizon. They seem to you like waves pouring over the landscape, only to rise again in the last moment. These repeating patterns remind you of those kaleidoscopes you liked to look at as a child. You can't see the end of the road or any kind of landmark on this landscape, neither in front of you nor behind you. Well, why not start singing? Singing has always cheered you up, no matter how bad things are around you, and most of the time things are awful. Pop hits of the 90s. Oh, I tell you what I want. Some Spice Girls, huh? I won't my service forget my past. I'm sorry, is this the detective parody version? Go waste my precious time, get your cash together, we could be just fine. You give a long, deep sigh. Once again, no one was around to witness your genius. When will people finally realize what a gifted artist walks among them unrecognized and underpaid? An hour passes until a repeated honking of the horn rips you from your thoughts. You turn around and notice a car actually slowing down and stopping next to you. The red station wagon is like a mirage in the grey wasteland that has surrounded you for far too long. An older couple takes the trouble to get out of the car. I thought we'd encounter them again. Worried faces look at you. The driver keeps a little distance. His wife approaches you. What are you doing out here all alone, sweetheart? The woman asks. Her hands touch your arms in a caring manner. A little human warmth. You hadn't realized just how much you needed it out here. I'm going to Innsmouth, you answer a bit awkwardly. It feels surreal. Apparently you've actually come across normal people. That's where we're going. Looking for confirmation, the woman looks at her husband. George rolls his eyes. You feel like an only partially welcome, flea-infested mutt that someone is picking up from the side of the road. Yup, George finally comes out. His wife gives him a punishing look. He throws his hand over his head and shuffles back to the car. Your wife puts her hand on your shoulder. Get in the car with us. I'm Ellen. Grouch is my husband, George. Inside, he's a good guy. Trust me. Squeeze yourself in the remaining seat in the back. Yep. Now you know the cozy. There are cookies, and Ellen offers tea from Fairmouth. The journey is quick and without any further hitches. Hooray! What if we do tell them? I'm investigating a private matter. I'm supposed to find a little girl who ran away from home. You fish the little Polaroid photo out of your coat pocket and hand it to Ellen. Good heavens, she puts her hand to her mouth. Such a cute little thing. When we see her, we'll let you know right away, won't we, George? Yes. You doubt that George's heart is really in it, but at least Ellen seems to honestly want to help you. You scribble your phone number on a piece of paper. Do you think they do ever contact you? In the right situation? Yeah. The signs and the diversion and the... Yeah, don't get well, he doesn't follow it anyway, so... Yeah. So many exclamation marks. So much concern. Keep going, yes. Finances! Yes. Deflect. Yes, but of course, yes. No one just acts out of the goodness of their heart anymore. I mean, that would be ridiculous. You start rummaging in your bag. All of a sudden, you begin to stare at a point somewhere behind George and Ellen. You start gesticulating wildly. Oh, wow, what's that? Look, a three-headed giraffe. Look, a three-headed giraffe, you can call out in exaggerated panic while you keep pointing at something invisible at the back of the parking lot. Ellen reacts exactly the way you intended because she covers her mouth in shock and risks a glance over her shoulder. George throws his hand in the air. Good heavens, don't fall for that. It's an old trick from this video game, don't you remember? Ellen turns away from the invisible threat and looks at George helplessly. She starts fiddling with her earrings. What trick? The one with the pirates and islands and boats? Ellen looks half embarrassed, half angry, and struggles for words. Two of them seem engrossed completely in a discussion about video games. You use the distraction to disappear in the direction of the houses. With quick steps, you make your way into the town center. In the direction of the coastline, not long ago, the sun was bright in the sky. But already, the first wafts of mist are creeping into the streets. Just get to the point where we go to the hotel. Because we've read all this before. A piece of paper with phone numbers and no names on them. Yes, the hotel in the south. We will go. What a delightful statue. You've actually made it to Innsmouth. Time to find out what the secrets this place is holding. Too many. Like so often, at the beginning of an investigation, you're a little bit excited. Your gut feeling tells you that you'll be here for more than one night, so you need a safe place to stay, and room service charges are usually very easy to hide in an expense report. Even from this distance, you can already see the pointed roofs of the hotel, which was rated on the internet as the best hotel in the state. Reassured by the reliability of these online reviews, you head south towards the old town. Walking along the increasingly uneven, paved path, you begin to notice some strange statues. As you keep walking, it feels as if these strange fish and sea creatures begin to surround you. None of this was in the online reviews. You start feeling uneasy. Perhaps it's because these figures are so lifelike, or because they are much higher up and far above eye level. They menacingly tower over any passers-by. You can't help but feel watched. What a rocky start to your journey. What at first glance appeared to be an idyllic park on closer inspection turns out to be littered with stone totems observing your every step. Yay! In the distance, you can see a stray dog gnawing a dead bird. At least the pulpy mass does somewhat look like a bird. In the background, the sound of seagulls screeching, resembling a static noise. A sign with the hardly legible inscription, Gilman Hotel, points to a staircase overgrown with ivy. Suddenly, a smell rises up to your nostrils that strongly reminds you of your old school days. Sup, a young voice asks. Hello? During your initial survey of the surroundings, you manage to miss 3 figures standing on the stairs. In front of you, in this very unusual city, a very typical picture presents itself. Loitering teenagers. The girl who just talked to you is leaning against a railing. Her hands are dug deep into the pockets of her hoodie, and her jet black dyed hair only half covers her pimply face. A step above her on the staircase is another girl who must have used the same hair dye as her friend. She either hasn't noticed you or simply isn't interested in anything taking place outside of her phone screen. Right in front of you is a small, spindly boy who looks much younger than the other 2. He stands out from the others for another reason: his very peculiar style. Yeah, he kind of looks like he's wearing a robe similar to what Dahlia is wearing when you end up in the attic. A shock of platinum blonde, almost white hair stands out in all directions and could offer a comfortable home to a family of birds. His clothes are rather atypical for his age. A dirty mud green shirt, at least 2 sizes too big. This idiosyncratic look is rounded off by pinstripe trousers, with suspenders hanging down on the sides and a kind of frock on top of it all. This coat appears to be of higher quality than the rest of his clothes, with golden embroidery adorning the heavy velvet. The strange boy looks at you with big, bright grey eyes. His whole body seems to be trembling, as if plagued by electric shocks. He now leans over to sniff at you. Can I help? You ask, unsure of what's going on. The kid comes closer and starts patting down your clothes. Confused, you look at the older girl who was talking to you earlier. Yo, that's just Larry, she says by way of explanation. Now Larry is digging around in your pockets. Try to make him stop, but his little dirty fingers manage to pinch something from you. He then quickly runs off into the undergrowth. What the hell, Larry? Run after Larry. Little brat thinks he can steal from you. Quickly you follow the thief through the undergrowth. The park is even more wild than it seemed at first glance. Away from the main path, there are lots of dead shrubbery and illegally dumped garbage. More than once you accidentally run into one of the strange statues, which were set up in apparently random places so no one except the park keepers get to see them. After a few hundred meters, your chase slows down. Notice that you're not actually sure what Larry has stolen from you. You're now checking your pockets. The wallet, and more importantly, the money in it, is still there, together with your phone, the photo of Tabitha, your chewing gum, and your lighter. What is missing are the house keys to your apartment in Boston. Oh. Annoying, but it's nothing you need right now. Apart from that, you have a cleverly hidden spare key at home, so you wouldn't be locked out. No, not under the doormat, of course. No one. Oh no, sorry, everyone would check there, but nobody looks in the doormat. I'm not even going to ask the logistics. Keep following the tracks. It's a matter of principle. Nobody steals from you and lives to tell the tale. Okay, maybe they will, but you're determined to get this lousy rat anyway. You've been waiting a long time for this opportunity. Your whole detective training is going to be tested. Effortlessly, you find Larry's trail and follow it through the undergrowth of the park. 15 minutes later, near an old, tall metal fence at the boundary of the park, the track divides. To your left, you see a beaten track. Someone else seems to visit this corner of the park regularly. To your right, you see a fresh footprint in the mud, possibly from Larry. Footprints? And following the fresh trail along the fence, tracking the prints in the damp earth, you're sure that you will soon find the kleptomaniac child. As you walk, thinking about how to confront him, you almost fall into the canal that opens up in front of you. Oh. The park ends at a wall from which a drain pipe emerges. The pipe is too small for anyone to squeeze through. Even if Larry has come this way, he'd need to have incredible parkour skills to climb the wall of this pumping station. Look at the water. You look down in the canal. The water is murky. It has a green tint, and it also smells like salt water. It seems as if this pipe is pumping in water from somewhere nearby, from the ocean. Maybe this is part of a factory or a pumping system installed below sea level. The pipe tirelessly splits the salty water into the small canal. I think you can recognize red streaks in the water flowing into the canal, but you're probably just standing in a strange spot and seeing a reflection of the water surface mixing with the colors underwater. Or are chemicals being illegally disposed of here? Pollution of the groundwater could explain why the local residents have so many ulcers and deformities. In your mind, you make a note to inform the appropriate authorities. The health authorities, the public order office, all the authorities you usually don't like to have dealings with. You look around the bushes, the little canal and the path which abruptly stops here. Strange, but there's no sign of Larry. Annoyed, you turn around and walk back. It stings that the pursuit ended in failure like this, but at least you can get away from the stench of the sewage plant. Why does a little kid want to steal your keys for an unknown apartment in a completely different city? You decide to just have them remade and let this whole episode rest. After this failed chase, you return to the path that leads to the hotel with as much dignity as you can scrape together. Don't be too hard on Larry. He comes from one of the founding families. The goth girl greets you as if that would explain anything. You decide not to say another word about this little incident and instead try to do something a little more productive. Mention your case. You show the pictures of Tabitha to Liz. The girl's eyes widen. Whoa, did it grow super ugly. Whoa, Liz, pot kettle black. You know what puberty can do? Do you know her? She's gone missing. Hey, I don't know all the kids in this town. You've really missed puberty and its unpredictable mood swings. She has disappeared and may be in danger. You may feel too cool and hip to care, but this is a serious matter. And anyway, nothing is more hip than sharing information with a private investigator. Liz scrunches up her face, almost as if in pain. She seems to consider how much social status she's losing simply because she's talking to someone who uses the words like cool and hip. Your skillful torture methods works. Well, I think it would be smashing if you could help me out. Really radical. Liz simply can't take any more of your youth speak and caves in. Hey man, lots of people go missing here. Chill. Liz offers you a cigarette. Really should chill more. You're right, I really should chill more, you say almost automatically. Wow, peer pressure is real. Thinking about it, anything you smoke now, they can't. So effectively, you're helping these kids stay clean. You really are an unsung hero. With this rationalization, you inhale deeply. For our youth, for our future. A scratching itch spreads in your throat, as if a ferret was trying to make its way out of your lungs. You erupt in a coughing fit and exhale the smoke. It smells of seaweed? Yeah, man, Liz seems impressed. She takes the butt off you and also takes a drag. You realize that these kids don't seem to have a clue about how to smoke. They might end up thinking you're cool. Who would have thought? Thanks, but I really need to solve this case. Liz disapproves. You've got to cut yourself loose from the restraints of the man. She points to the lighthouse in the distance, or perhaps the moon. They're in charge of everything. We're only puppets in their sick power games. They've fogged up people's heads with their smoke screens. They're after us in our brains, and people line up like lemmings. But I'm too smart for this. I'm not one of the sheep who will show up for the slaughter voluntarily, like the mayor. Man, the adults here have no clue. They're all puppets. Especially my dad. He doesn't get my vibe. It all makes sense. The city is made of puppets. Maybe this pubescent teenager is onto something. Is this your actual case? Are you part of a big conspiracy? Did you willingly walk right into a trap, blinded by a bit of cash that they're soon going to take off your unconscious body anyway? But why do they want our brains? You shouldn't have inhaled so deeply earlier. Liz goes off into another rant about brains and sheep, and you turn to Henrietta to show her the Polaroid picture. Place it on top of her phone screen. Do you know this girl? Evelyn, she says without emotion. You're tempted to call that a success. Her name is Tabitha. Have you seen her? No. Still hasn't looked up. She moves to the side a little so that she can continue looking at her phone. We can try. God damn it, Henrietta, you nearly shouted at her. This is important. It's a life or death situation. Actually, how important is all of this? Finally, after some careful consideration, you've thought of a suitable comparison. Imagine your favorite vampire royalty show's TV series was cancelled. At this moment, all colour drains from Henrietta's face. Not blood fangs! Are you witnessing Henrietta becoming aware of the transience of life for the first time? She lifts her chin. Your eyes meet. I'd rather die, she says resolutely. These damn vampires have yet to get what they deserve. Who would have thought? You were convinced Henrietta was the vampire type. You smile carefully and try not to look like a weirdo who has watched too many TV series and is now discussing them with teenagers. She continues. The little girl was in the same class as my little brother Archie. We played together sometimes down at the pier. Then all of a sudden her mother started making a fuss, said she wasn't allowed out anymore. Now she gets private lessons, hardly leaves her house, just like her mother. I don't know, whatever. She didn't come over to us any more from then on. There you go. Thank you so much for your cooperation, young lady, and death to the vampires. Without saying goodbye, you finally run up to the stairs toward the hotel, but not without looking back onto Henrietta's phone. It's dark. She's been staring at a blank screen the whole time. I mean, she could have only just made it dark, but also, you never know. She could also be doing the thing where it's like, maybe they won't talk to me if I look busy. Didn't work very well. You recognize its roof from afar, and after a long walk it is now before you in full splendor. The Gilman Hotel. At least it's easy to see that it once must have been a gorgeous building. The hotel resembles an old English country estate, but in its present state it would be suited as the setting for a very predictable film about teenagers and chainsaw killers. Wild and withered ivy has a firm grip on the walls and obscures the details of the richly decorated facade. A gallery of gargoyles melted into unreal shapes by acid rain and acidic pigeon droppings lines the roof. The many window panes have been neglected for years. Only in a few places has a small area been wiped clean in order to see outside. There are 2 cars in the parking lot. A vintage car with large rust spots and a large grey van. I can't find you avoiding word about yet. Inspect the cars. You look around again just to make sure the people who own the cars aren't hiding somewhere with their shotgun at the ready. The coast is clear. First you walk over to the antique car. Well, you're not a car expert, but the car looks antique to you anyway. Both seats inside are made of white leather, a bit tacky. You turn away from the antique car and look towards the van. No writing on the side, a regular registration plate, the windows in the front blacked out. Hang on, you have a brainwave. Maybe this is the van into which poor Tabitha had been pulled when she was kidnapped, when she was lured to her awful fate by sweets and lollipops. That sounds completely plausible. Of course, it all makes sense. In all likelihood, you've just managed to find the actual kidnapper, the seed of all that is evil and wrong in this case. And all you had to do was book a hotel room and stare at cars. You're a natural. Now all you need is some proof. Try to get in the boot. Of course, whatever it is that you're looking for must be in the back of the van. Excitedly, you walk around the van. Sadly, the door is not open. That would have been truly lucky. Full of optimism, you try the handle to see if the door has been left unlocked. There's noticeable resistance when you turn the handle. Damn, you won't get in without the car key. Smash the window. A brilliant idea. Your brain is running at full speed while complimenting itself for its intuition. A good day indeed. With a rock. Of course you're going to use a rock. You're not completely stupid. You look around the ground for a suitable stone. Found it. You lift your tool and weigh it in your hands. Not too dirty. Good grip. Perfect. You look around the parking lot one last time to make sure you're by yourself. You aim and smash the stone right into the window. The window breaks and splinters. That was loud. Hopefully no one will have heard that. You peek into the driver's cabin. Suddenly the smell of stale, old grease creeps up your nostrils. On the floor of the passenger seat, there's a scrunched brown paper bag with the logo of a fast food chain. A paper cup rests on the dashboard. Where are the traces of kidnapped children? It's feeling that you're wasting your time, and you don't want to be caught in a smashed-up vehicle that doesn't belong to you. Luckily, the parking lot and nearby streets seem to be completely deserted. You've stayed in this parking lot long enough. You don't want anyone to call the police on you. Maybe you should just go and book your room. You really hope the inside of the hotel has been looked after a little better than the outside, but you're quickly disabused of that notion. The massive wooden door is difficult to open. Shouldn't the staff be doing this anyway? With a loud creaking sound from the hinges and an exhausted puffing and panting on your part, you manage to open the door and enter the lobby of the Gilman Hotel. You wonder if guests are even welcome in this place. The room is sparsely lit. There are impressive chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, which, if working, would perhaps not quite give the grand hall back its original splendor, but at least convey more warmth. Your first steps tell you that there are rotten floorboards hiding under the thick carpet. The green wall paneling and wallpaper also appear rotten and musty. Sort of wet. No way am I going to check into this moldy dump. Oh, but we are. Go to reception! Before you let yourself be distracted by the questionable interior design and the associated health issues, you walk purposely towards the reception desk. A small, greenish creature stands behind the counter. The loudly humming ceiling lamp above harshly illuminates his silhouette and gives his face hard edges. You can make out every individual speck of dust and dandruff on his dark green velvet collar and crooked shoulders. Maybe they should be dimming the lights after all. The figure smiles at you, or perhaps it's more of a grin. His face unsettles you. You lean forward at an angle to get a better look at him. The corners of his mouth reach all the way up to his dried up ears. His smile looks like it's painted on. His beady eyes lie deep in the cavity of his skull and seems to stare into opposite directions. Has he even blinked yet? And on top of it all, he smells funny. How may I help? You're startled and take a step back. Welcome to the Gilman Hotel. My name is Cornelius Gilman III. How may I be of service to you? The man's gaze remains unchanged, and his unnatural smile still seems to be etched into his face. You're still surprised that he can talk with that expression on his face. Just a moment ago, you could have sworn he was an inanimate puppet. I would like to book a room, please. I'd like to book a room, you begin, and manage not to blurt out in a different hotel. Perfect! The Gilman Hotel is delighted to be able to welcome you as its guest. May I ask whether you're in Innsmouth for business or pleasure? How long will you be staying with us? Would you prefer a view towards the beach or the skyline of our exciting town? When would you like to be woken up? Do you sleep deeply? Are you traveling alone? Do you have family? Who knows that you're here? Can I interest you in our spa, fitness and wellness activities? Would you like to subscribe to our newsletter? How long can you hold your breath? Nice story. I've been able to breathe underwater since I was a child. Answer all the questions. Let's not answer all the questions because I feel like I want to live. Are we done now? Can I go to my room? The concierge's expression did not change a tiny bit for the duration of your conversation, let alone did he blink. Thank you very much. That was all I needed to know. Now all you need to do is sign here. He tilts his strangely shaped head over to the gas register. What page will you sign with J. Doe? Sadly, we're all booked up this season. There's only one spare room. Here is your key for room 666. Enjoy your stay! You look at the key, which has magically appeared on the counter. Then your eyes slowly wander past the mounted wall, where countless other keys are hanging. Yeah, let's just go to the room. You look at a golden panel with the layout of the different rooms and floors. Room 666. There it is, 4th floor, left wing of the building. You walk up the stairs to the upper floors, but you can still feel the eyes of the concierge on you. Panting, you finally reach your floor. An almost endless corridor spreads out in front of you. At the other end, you can see a figure who seems to be as lost as you are. And the building looked much smaller from the outside. You walk down the corridor when you notice the figure approaching you. Your brain is mentally preparing itself for benign hotel small talk, but wait, it's you! You walk a bit further and realize you're standing in front of a mirror. That's why the corridor looks so vast. The mirror marks a fork. According to the room numbers, your room should be further on the left. In the corridor towards the right, you can see a small yellow sign on the floor. Maintenance. Walk around the other... Yeah, let's just go to our room. Nothing could go wrong. After 2 more confusing turns and giant mirrors, you reach room 666. Finally! You're going to drop your stuff and take a nap. Good plan. Of course, the door resists being opened. You jerk the key back and forth in the lock until you hear a satisfying clicking sound. A soothing warmth hits you as you enter the room. Immediately, the synapses in your brain switch into energy-saving mode. The trip to Innsmouth has probably taken more out of you than you had thought. You don't even notice the rest of the room. The rest inside the bed makes you yearn for a little tonight. Let's unpack first. That's right. You're supposed to do something else. The little girl needs to be found, and the reward for it needs to be paid into your bank account. It's only when you march to the closet that you realize you have nothing to unpack. After your briefcase mysteriously disappeared, all you have left is a very basic survival kit, a toothbrush, and travel bottles of various care products that you had stuffed into your coat pockets in a rush. You go into the bathroom and position your treasures beside the sink. A handful of ice-cold water is enough to refresh you. Good thing you didn't go straight to bed. Who knows, you might have never woken up again. Now that you feel a little more refreshed, you leave the bathroom and survey your tiny kingdom. Your place is furnished only with the bare necessities. Your bed is flanked by a chest of drawers. At the window, there is a desk with curved ornaments, and next to the bathroom door, there is a huge, massive, dark wardrobe which extends all the way up to the ceiling. The yellowing floral wallpaper is slowly detaching itself from the walls in some places, and on the wall you can see a range of paintings with elaborately decorated frames. Now open the window. After a day out and about investigating, you had no desire to return to this stuffy room tonight. At least open a window to let some fresh air into the room. A window lock is an unnecessarily complicated prank that you turn around aimlessly for a while until you understand how the mechanism works. Okay, examine the pictures. Since this room has not been equipped with a television, you're left with art as your only entertainment. The first picture shows a ship in a choppy sea. The motive looks familiar but pretty. The impressive fight of the small ship against the huge forces of nature. Half hidden in the background, you can see a small spot of light. You have to squint and walk up even closer to make out a lighthouse. Even some elements of a town are visible. Could this be Innsmouth? You turn to the next picture and immediately take an involuntary step back. You are looking at a grouchy, weather-beaten man, the embodiment of a sailor, complete with a captain's cap, a full grey beard, and a thick black coat collar. The painter of this work opted for a frontal perspective rather than a more advantageous side angle. His head slightly raised, the man's piercing gaze seems to be fixed on something in the far distance. A small spark of light drowns in his sinister eyes. Odd choice for the hotel room decor. The third and last picture hangs on the adjacent wall. An idyllic view of the beach on a quiet day. A pair of lovers with their backs turned to the viewer. He is wearing a white shirt, she is wearing a yellow dress. The two of them are in an embrace on a sand dune and look towards the horizon. The image fills you with a profound sense of calm. Let's leave the room. You are now reasonably refreshed again and ready to face the town. Armed with only your wallet, your mobile phone, and the photo of the little girl, you step out into the corridor and lock the room door. You turn right in the first floor and then left again, right? Anxious to get out, you find yourself at a dead end. After trying a few other left-right combinations, you finally find the golden sign on a wall which shows you the way to the stairs. As you walk down these circling stairs, you look at the reception on the first floor. The eerie, almost mechanical smile of the concierge greets you. It's as if he has nothing better to do than watch your every move. Now let's talk to him. Nothing has much changed at the reception. A voice emerges from beneath the concierge's clenched teeth. Hope you're satisfied with your room. It's perfect. I want to die here. Perfect. I want to the concierge puts his greenish hand on his heart. Yeah, let's just get out of here. I'm so happy when guests say this. I bet he is. Time to go and look for Tabitha. We never did go to the harbor. Let's go to the harbor. Innsmouth Harbor is signposts and much better than the local hospital. You wonder if a hospital is even needed here. It's a half-hour walk. A mile-long carpet of cobblestones is now ahead of you. Traffic in Boston is more hectic, but at least they have heard of asphalt before. As you keep walking, there are fewer and fewer residential buildings along your path. In their stead, there are now warehouses that must be fish markets due to the smell. You can also hear the occasional metallic clanking from nearby workshops. People in grey raincoats are walking towards you. They're probably fishermen who have some errands to run. Now and again, in that split second when you pass one another, you catch a glimpse of the faces hidden under the hoods. Puffy eyes that look at you suspiciously. Although there are a few clouds in the sky, there's no chance of rain as far as you can tell. Why are they all wrapped up like that? Yeah, it's almost like they're trying to hide their appearance or something, Maybe I'm just trying to pour my drink on me. You wonder if they have a sixth sense for approaching storms. The sounds of the rhythmic blows of a hammer nearby tears you away from these thoughts. It would be interesting to watch the work in a shipyard, but little Tabitha is unlikely to be here to play. From a distance, you can already see the mast of the boat, which rise up into the sky like a row of spears. Look around. The view of the harbor is splendid. Boats of all shapes and sizes are coming and going. Nets are being emptied out, and fish seem to be endlessly splashing into a huge freezer box. Local trades are being sealed with handshakes, and at the end of a wide headland, a huge lighthouse watches majestically over the bay. The ideal postcard motive if it weren't for the people. You only know fishermen from the movies, and you have to admit that you have certain prejudices. These include They have weather-beaten skin, and the captains always have well-groomed beards. They are either strong, silent types or hard-drinking lads who sing filthy sea shanties, but these creatures in front of you are neither majestic nor leery. They move around more like tragic hunchbacks you'd expect to see in French cathedrals. A few yards to the right, there's a fork in the road and a road sign pointing further north. Its inscription reads, Innsmouth Paradise Beach. In the far distance, you can see a building that looks like a church. Hang on, a church? On the coast? How eccentric. The beach? Many new areas. I wonder if we'll find anything at the lighthouse. Assuming we have the option to go to it after here. The beach! The screeching of seagulls. An endless white, well, brown, okay, fine, grey beach. And the sounds of the waves. Clean, well, potentially clean water. Algae are way too dense to really tell. Walk in the sand and move a little closer to the waterline. Curious about what you might discover there. Although the sea is not stormy and the tide is low, Innsmouth Beach is not really a touristy place. Everything is simply too grey. This is what you associate with a real vacation. Sea! Sea! On the horizon, the ocean looks limitless. The rhythm of the waves is hypnotic. Spending time here is much better than visiting the dive bar next door. In the future, you should make day trips to run down coastal villages more often. Lost in thoughts, you keep wandering over the dunes. You notice how all the colors of the sea and the beach seem to be swallowed up by the strange light conditions here. You hold your hand up in front of your face. Your skin looks grey and matte, but still, you feel relaxed. The murmur of the sea invigorates you. You feel a deep sense of longing within you. A serene sense of inner peace and freedom, until the techno music starts. A monotonous beat, that sound seems to come directly from the beach bar a few hundred yards off in the distance, which appears to be surrounded by about a dozen people. Given the changing weather, it's perhaps no surprise. What else is one supposed to do on this beach apart from drink cheap cocktails and dancing to bad music? Something strange grabs your attention. A kind of cage standing in the shallow water, perhaps 12 feet wide and deep. What could go wrong? Thanks to the low tide, you are able to get close to the strange object. The sea has retreated into the distance, and so the cage stands there, looking strangely lost, as you approach it, you take off your shoes and socks and turn your trouser legs up a little. Finally, you stand in front of the cage. There is a visible line in the cage about 3 feet from the ground. The metal on the top half still looks quite stable. The bottom half must normally be submerged in water. Slimy black algae lines around the metal rods. Beach. What's strange to you is the position, the size of the cage. Seriously, what are they trying to catch? Giant lobsters? Or tourists? You chuckle. A tourist trap! That's all you find here. You linger a bit longer, then walk back to the sandy part of the beach. Cries of seagulls are increasingly drowned out by the early 90s techno beats. One note, that's all some people need to enjoy themselves. One note in an endless loop. The owner of the beach bar has taken great pains to make up for some of Innsmouth's deficits. The bar is made from wooden planks and features a nice countertop and an exotic canopy made from palm trees. Admittedly, the palm trees are no longer green. They're grey and dried out, just as if a demon had sucked the life force out of them. But it's easy to imagine that all of this must have looked quite pretty once. The bar is flanked by wooden bar stools, and a few meters away, towards the ocean, 2 rows of deck chairs have been put up so that people can get drunk while lying down. From a distance, the bar looked busy, but now as you arrive, you realize that the party is already over. If it ever did take place. A dozen people hang out here. A few surfer dudes stagger about like zombies. Some of them carry empty cocktail glasses around. Some of them yell, "Party!" and "Woohoo!" enthusiastically. Precisely, this kind of people. A guy with long hair and sunglasses nods his head in time to the techno beat and taps along on the bar counter with his flat hand. There's no bar staff in sight. One of the tourist families you had spotted on the way here has spread out on the deck chairs. They're evidently trying to keep away from the party. Take one of the deck chairs. Can't hurt to just rest for a moment. It means you'll be able to resume your mission full of energy or whatever. Most of the chairs are free. All offer excellent views of the sea and the increasingly cloudy horizon. You're spoilt for choice. Yeah, where the other tourists are. Why not? Maybe you'll be able to learn their language if you spend more time with them. It's one of the families you've already noticed a few times today. Happily chatting parents who are constantly eating and their chronically bad-tempered children. The four are hard to miss with their loud chatter and tasteless tourist outfits. They've settled down on the deck chairs sipping on some soft drinks. Clear your throat. The international sign for hello there. I would like to say something. Do you know what those cages are for? That strange frame alone in the water in the middle of nowhere. You have to keep thinking about it. Do you know what these cages are for? You ask the parents. Oh, those? We've just taken some photos of them. I think they're for children to climb on. They're not meant for children, his wife chips in. That's how people here catch lobster and whales and things like that. Bullshit, the son murmurs. He pokes the sand with a wooden branch, probably imagining he is stabbing someone. From the Middle Ages, and people were put in there to drown. Ah, kids. Okay, yeah, so I'm looking for this girl. I'm looking for this girl, you say, and show them the photo of Tabitha. Parents bend forward and squint in order to see the little face better. Nope, sorry, the father says, and goes back to sipping his fruit juice. Nope, me neither, the wife adds. Nothing. Well, nothing. Nothing. The hell with them. Who are you kidding? Exaggerating to your antisocial side. You get comfortable in the deck chair. The incoherent chatter of the family remains merely a static noise in the background. Not too shabby. The dark clouds drawing together on the horizon worry you a little, but they're far away, enough for you to simply enjoy this moment on a beach. Technically, you have been near a beach the whole time, but you couldn't really switch off. There was a haunting sense of danger, a feeling of paranoia that you simply couldn't shake off. Luckily, the paranoia has gone now. Almost like it's waiting for us back at the hotel. A cool sea breeze caresses your face as you tune one of the other tourists' annoying conversations. You listen to the murmur of the waves, the regular to and fro. The sea has a soothing effect on you. Your eyes fall shut. Don't fall asleep. It's cold. You're freezing, which is annoying because you had settled down quite comfortably on one of the deck chairs. You could swear you'd noticed a shadow while half asleep. There was a figure who tried to grab you and carry you away. Was that all a dream? A chilly wind blows on your face. Oh, damn it, this case is going to be the death of you. You simply lie there as if dead. Your attempts to return to a more comfortable position are punished by a stabbing pain in your behind. Some bit from the chair is digging into you. Yeah, sure, it's the chair. Probably a cheap model. Damn tight asses, you mutter weakly and push yourself into an upright position. The sun has now set and all of the holiday makers have gone. Instead of freezing their asses off, they're probably sitting in a warm hotel by now. The moon illuminates the beach and the waves shimmer in its eerie green glow. Green! Nature is fascinating. You stretch your tense neck when you notice some lights off in the distance. Night has fallen, and with each passing minute, it seems to get chillier. The lights appear to be moving and are leading away from town. You wonder whether you should take a closer look at the spectacle or go to your warm hotel. Whilst I do I do suspect some suspense and an option to die in yet another way. We're sticking to the hotel. Why not? It's freezing, and you've already screwed up the case. The day is over, and there's no way you'll manage to find the little girl today. Off to the hotel. You leave the beach bar with a heavy heart and walk back to the harbor. Hey look, we even make it back to the hotel. The grey veil covers town. The light of the sun drains away, and with it any residual heat. Although Innsmouth is a boring coastal town and probably doesn't have any street gangs, you feel relieved when you see the gables of the Gilman Hotel. On your way here, you distinctly felt as if someone or something was following you. You could swear there were shadows. They were only visible for a fraction of a second whenever you entered an alley. These fleeting shadows, They are still there, lurking somewhere in the dark. You can feel it in your gut. You'll soon be safe. The growing paranoia, the constant glances over your shoulder. Soon you can forget about all that. Grabbing a bottle of Jack is the only movement required once you're in your hotel room. The parking lot in front of your hotel is completely empty. Have all the guests left? Doesn't not even have a peak tourist season. Fortunately, the entry gate is not locked. In fact, everything seems just as it did this afternoon when you left the hotel. Not a soul around. Chandeliers light your way into the foyer, and the creaking floorboards welcome you. As you enter the foyer, you can hardly believe your eyes. Who is waiting for you at the reception? None other than Cornelius Gilman III, and you could swear he is in exactly the same pose in which you left him. Greet him. You can't just completely ignore the only other person in the building. You stroll leisurely to the reception desk and nod at Cornelius. How nice to see you. I trust you're staying in Pleasant so far? Agree, yes. Yeah, great, you automatically reply. The same way you do when a child presents you with a particularly ugly drawing. Fantastic. In that case, I hope you have a good, sound sleep. You nod again. He is awfully polite. You keep standing there for a while, smiling insecurely at the concierge. If this is a creepy smile contest, he definitely won. Not that this was ever in much doubt. You walk up the stairs to your floor, then you stroll along the long corridor until you reach the fork with the deceptive mirror. You briefly consider your appearance. Yeah, sure. Simply gorgeous. The sea air really agrees with you. Noble paleness on your cheeks, alert eyes, and your hairline high above your intellectual-looking forehead. A good day. You venture deeper into the bizarre labyrinth of this hotel floor. You manage to find your room, and you only get lost once in the way. You quietly open the door and enter. Well. It is barely necessary to switch on the light. You walk towards one of the windows and look out at the starry sky. A huge, strangely green glowing moon illuminates your room like a spotlight. The whole room is plunged into a surreal glow. Unfortunately, there are no window blinds to block out the light. Yeah, let's freshen up. Fresh armpits are what distinguish humans from animals. You enter the bathroom under the flickering ceiling light whose lamp has probably never been replaced. Take a closer look in the mirror. You put the toothbrush aside, your hands close around the edge of the wash basin, and you slowly lean into the mirror. The flickering, glaring light of the ceiling lamp is not exactly flattering. You always had those round pop eyes. Has your nose always been that sunken in? You should really do something about these bulging wrinkles on your jaw and neck. Maybe a facelift like all those Hollywood stars who tragically find themselves on the wrong side of 25. Get yourself to stop looking. The day was thoroughly exhausting, you just want it to be over. You don't need a mirror and cruel bathroom lighting to tell you that you look awful. You quickly brush your teeth and give yourself a quick wash. These away-from-home jobs, you realize how far away you are from your home, your dirty apartment, and your even dirtier office. Now that you are finally ready for bed, your body feels as heavy as lead. You stand in the middle of the room. The warm, stuffy air gives you a pleasantly tired feeling. You are safe here. There might be incestuous maniacs out there in the streets, but here you are safe from them. You drop in the bed like someone who has no intentions of ever getting up again. Hello, Zekador! How's it going? I hope we don't instantly die because we went to sleep. The music doesn't give me hope. You transition fluidly into your dreams. You've only just closed your eyes and you're already somewhere else. Suddenly your worries are very different. You're running in a desolate grey maze of winding alleys. You can hear the cheerful laughter of a small child. If only you could catch up, you could save the child and take them home to safety. You sprint down the path and turn around the corner, then another. The alleyway stretches out in front of you, but there's no person to be seen anywhere. What was that? Was that a shadow at the corner of the street back there? The silhouette of a figure? You realize that someone is following you. Look over your shoulder. Cast a hasty glance over your shoulder, but you see them out of the corner of your eye. Shadows. But they have repugnant bodies. You can't really put it any differently. You catch glimpses of oily skin, swollen boils, and even tentacles. But nothing stays in one place. Everything seems to be constantly moving around. A body in metamorphosis. Patches of skin tear open and close again with awful smacking sounds. You briefly catch a glimpse of the thing that was following you silently. You know you've already seen more than you should have. That short glance was more than enough. No human being can stand looking at this creature without completely losing their mind. It's right behind you. The figure in the distance has already disappeared behind the next corner. Maybe you can still catch up with it. The alleys wind through the town in confusing ways. Nothing makes sense anymore. Wherever you move, you never arrive in the place you expected to. It feels as if, slowly but surely, you're walking right into the jaws of a massive monster. All of a sudden, the walls close in on you and the path becomes so narrow that you have to walk sideways in order to fit through. Whatever is behind you is getting closer. Not much time left. Squeeze through, keep going. You squeeze yourself further along the narrow pathway. The walls are now so close that they start to tug and scrape on your clothes. The backs of your hands start to turn because you keep scraping them on the surprisingly sharp edges of the rough bricks. Carefully but swiftly, you walk along the alleyway. It almost seems to you as if the walls were built so that your body and your body alone could pass through it. Please don't get... Well, actually, I don't mind getting the back. That just makes me think of that one, like comic that's like with when the I never remember the name, but I know it's like a big horror thing. When all the holes appear in like the side of like a cliff, mountain, whatever it is, and they're like specifically made for individuals, and it's delightfully spooktastic. A stencil, and you are the shape. Don't like it. Don't like it, but if we turn around, there's some keep going. Already the path has been dark and poorly lit, and you already see more than a few meters ahead. But now it seems as if your deepest, darkest night has fallen. Your fingertips continue to glide over the rough wall. Inch by inch, you work your way forward. Something is definitely wrong right here. No, it is not. It's very, very wrong here. The alley you wanted to cross is no longer an alley. The wall all but clings to your body. Every inch of wall now presses your body and clothes, just as if this alley has been waiting for you and you alone to enter it. Although you can no longer move freely, you appear to be moving forward. Are you still dreaming? You keep going. By now, you have forgotten why you started walking in the first place. The stone walls appear to be crawling into your skin, yet you feel sheltered and safe. It has always been your destiny to be here in this place right now. Final destination, at last. You never wake up again. Nightmare. You die in your sleep. Sweet dreams. Well, that didn't go quite as well as we could have hoped. Not quite. Not quite at all. We've died in our sleep. Dahlia got us. We were burnt at the stake. And we've escaped. It's been pretty good. Pika! It is a Dragon Chew invasion! Thank you for the raid! Boop. Hello, game! Such Dragon Chew invasions! Ah, wrong thing. How are you? How was your stream? Kokoro stream chat games. I don't know that, but I'm sure it was fun. I'm slightly curious if we can change how we, do or do not survive the hotel? I just want to know. role-playing games together. It was fun. Watching was good. That was just me peeking play with Dan. Well, hey. Fun is fun. And fun you had. We're just, you know, going through the various options of surviving, but mostly not surviving in Innsmouth, because nothing goes wrong. We won't get sacrificed for Dagon, it's fine. You recognize its roof from afar? Yeah. I do not want to keep reading everything. I think this is the last adventure. I want to see if we can get a different outcome from the hotel, and then I just want to call it there. Mostly because it's getting far too warm in this room. Oh yeah, Stream Raiders. That does sound fun. Me like, yes, I remember Stream Raiders. Been a while. Gotta go share. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. Real life it exists. But thank you again for the raid. You really hope the inside of the we grab this. Room is sparsely lit there. Impressive chandeliers. Yes, it's a rundown hotel. Yes, we're checking in. And I'm picking different choices. And we're hoping. Hoping. Book room. I do not wish to answer all the questions. Although maybe, because maybe that influenced the whole mirror thing. Maybe, yeah. Check the box next to, business, pleasure. Wink, one of the options and write in none of your business. How long have you staying with us? Not sure I'll be able to make it through more than one night a week. As long as it takes. Favorite view? Your room, the city. City. What do I get? Yes, I never sleep. No, damn it. Yeah, I never sleep. Do you sleep deeply? Odd question. I never sleep. I never sleep. You travel by yourself? I'm always by myself. Do you have family? I have this goldfish named Al. Who knows where you're here? Nobody knows. Al knows. Right? Yeah, Al knows. Can you just a spa, fitness, and wellness? Yes, please, no. No. Would you like to subscribe to I do not want to subscribe to an exciting newsletter. No. I will kill anyone who tries to get me to subscribe to the cursed newsletter. How long can you hold your breath? Sorry, opening. 30 seconds. 10 minutes. You done that? Can I go to my room? Okay, he still doesn't change things. No, he says the exact same things. Patiently sign with your real name. Yep, room 666. We will get there. Go to your room. We will get there. Yes, we run into our mirror and be like, woohoo. Walk around the other. What is in the other wing of the hotel, actually? Might as well. You saw into the other wing corridor winds are in several corners that lead you deep into the building. Just when you start to wonder what on earth you're doing here, you step onto something hard. The clicking sound makes you stop in your tracks. You look down to look at the glinting thing on the floor. It's a set of keys. Several keys on a metal ring, including a hotel key with the exact same curved shape as yours, and a car key with a black plastic cap. Look for the room that goes with the key. 237. Conveniently, this is precisely the door in front of where you're standing. If only all your cases were that easy to solve. You can now return the key to the guest and have a good laugh about it. Okay. In order to not blindside the guest, decide to knock first. Either these old wooden doors are soundproof or there's no one in. Let's keep the key for now, because I feel like nothing good could have happened. Like, it's probably too late for the other person. Assuming there is another person and this isn't a trap. Pocket key. You always have to think later about what you're going to do with it. Keep our options open. Yes. Doors has been open. Yeah, you don't even know the rest of the room. We are not going to sleep. Unpack. And yep. Open the window. Well, maybe we shouldn't open. I opened the window before and I'm like, maybe that's not good. You're now reasonably refreshed again and ready to transport. Yeah. Because before I was thinking if we opened the window we could escape out of it, we need to. But now I'm like, what if that just lets things in? Head directly to the exit. The ways to do with quick steps. Yep. Go. And harbor. What about we explore the lighthouse this time? Yeah, look around. Do we want to go to the creepy church? Because, like, The lighthouse has been mentioned more, but now I'm like, actually, creepy church, we totally run into cults. Yeah, there's a hill overlooking the harbor. You're immediately drawn towards it. You stroll along the docks towards the cliffs. You take in the pleasant sea breeze and the hustle and bustle on the ships. Your original mission pops into your mind. This place is so relaxing. It's just too easy to forget about the little girl. Out of the corner of your eye, you can see 3 fishermen whose boat has just moored. They are not working. In fact, they are not doing anything. They're just standing there staring at you. Yeah, just keep going. You speed up your pace. All of a sudden, it feels as if you've got a big target on your trench coat. It's difficult, but you manage to swallow the provocative comments that you would like to hurl at the fishermen and instead try to act more discreetly. After a few yards, you turn around again. They're all gone. The crew must have disappeared below deck in their little boat. What a strange bunch. Suddenly it's utterly plausible to you that people in this town can disappear just like that. You're a little closer to the church building now, and you're relieved to find that there are a few dozen people outside its gates, and they're not the usual creepy Innsmouth kind. The group are gesticulating and discussing something in a very animated manner. Normal people! We'll see. As you reach the courtyard, you're able to assess the situation a little better. 2 groups with about the same number of people are confronting one another, surrounded by a few more reserved onlookers. 2 shouty people, who appear to be the representatives of the 2 camps, are facing each other. A bronze plaque is displayed above the gates to the entrance. Historic Order of Dagon. Yeah, join the crowd. What are they talking about? You walk up to the crowd. You peek over the shoulders of the stocky figures in front of you, who are listening to the 2 men and occasionally nod or mumble words of dissent. One of the 2 squabblers, a weather-beaten man with bulging eyes, is just about to launch into the finale of his speech. And therefore Dagon is the one god who created us in his own image. And his only son is Obed Marsh, who came to Earth as man, and he is Dagon himself because we... No, his counterpart interrupts. He is a bearded professor type dressed in grey wool sweater who highlights every word with an aggressive jab of the pipe in his hand. Dagon is the creator of the world, but he is above us. He has no children, or nothing even close to this kind of thing. Even saying that is heresy. It's in the writings of his prophet, Abdul Ahazrad. With a scrunched up face and in high-pitched voice, Taylor repeats those last words. Abdul Ahazrad, what a load of horse dung. The crowd is now on fire. Their fists are raised and there's a crackling tension among the onlookers. Nothing more heated than religious arguments, huh? Oh yeah, and the whole Obed Marsh was born by Immaculate Conception when Marianne Marsh was bathing in the sea story. What do you call that? She was blessed there to receive Obed, and you know it, the bug-eyed sailor shouts out, no longer trying to contain his anger. You know it, he adds, hissing quietly. The ongoing murmur of the crowd is occasionally drowned out by the heavy breathing of the 2 main speakers. What if we do get involved? What if we do? You decide that it's a good idea to get involved in religiously motivated arguments. You push your way through the ranks of the gawkers and clear your throat loudly. The 2 men turn to you, as does everyone else present. You are examined for a few seconds, and judging by the disparaging looks, the collective has quickly come to an unanimous verdict. You are not welcome here. I'm sorry, I think I'm mistaken here. The situation has reached that level of awkwardness normally reserved for strange Hollywood sectarians bouncing around on talk show sofas. Oh, sorry, I think I'm mistaken here, you say apologetically. As to prove that you are harmless, you raise your hands and carefully step back from the circle of people. As you walk to the gate, some people are still looking at you. Others are trying to get their previous quarrel going again. Why not? You're here already, after all. Almost immediately, two grumpy-looking men, clothed like fishermen, stand in your way, preventing you from entering the church. They seem to have a competition going on as to who can give a more sinister look. You know what? I don't think we, what will they say? I need to go in there. You murmur, a little intimidated. I don't think so, scoffs the younger of the two. Yeah, I don't think you need to go in there. It's only for the children of Dagon, the elder one grunts. Yep, goodbye. Decide to leave. Other than religious fanatics, the Church of Dagon does not seem to have much else to offer, and there are enough of those in Boston. You walk down the sloping path from which you have come until you are back at the quay wall of the harbor. Yeah, lighthouse. We can do both, hooray! Initially it looked as if the lighthouse was quite close by, but as you keep walking you realize that the trip is much longer than you expected. A path consisting of jagged rocks leads to the lighthouse in the harbor. The lighthouse is on the end of the narrow strip of land, and as you walk towards it, the surging waves risk drenching your clothes in icy salt water. It takes all your concentration and some balancing not to wipe out on the slippery rocks. In your mind's eye, new bills are already fluttering in the mailbox. One from the shoe repair shop, one from the physiotherapist. An overturned wooden sign lies on the ground between a few of the rocks. You read the label. Warning, absolutely no trespassing. Innsmouth hasn't been precisely inviting since your arrival, so you already know the tune. You approach the lighthouse, looking for shelter, but with every step you take, the place becomes more and more unwelcoming. The grey clouds transform into a mighty storm. The lightning strikes the top of the tower and sparks fly. Despite the storm, the lighthouse keeper hasn't put on the signal, so there is no beam of light to guide boats out there safely to the harbor of Innsmouth. Soon you are completely drenched, but you make it at last. You stand at the door leading to the inside of the lighthouse. Some joker has scratched something into the flaking white layer of paint on the surface of the door. Do not come any closer. They want your body. I mean, you're not wrong. That sounds suspiciously like danger! You have to be pretty damn stupid not to take this improvised inscription seriously. An old lighthouse holds many potential sources of danger. The rusty structure is about to fall in on itself, has unsafe railings and stairs, and there just may be a madman with a shotgun waiting for you. Consider the dangers that this dilapidated old building may hold. A fragile building about to collapse, UFO nutters with aluminium hats, sex-hungry, mindless, and naked cultists, house dust, not to mention the missing girl that you still need to find. Still, how often do you come to a place like this? Almost automatically, your hand comes to rest on the black iron door handle and pushes it down slowly and carefully. The door opens a crack, giving you a small glimpse into the neglected interior of the lighthouse. What could go wrong? Lighthouse, darkness. Enter. Return to the harbor. Enter. Unsure of what to do next, you peek into the darkness. It's a dark, tall building. A very, very tall and thin building, admittedly. It is highly unlikely that the lighthouse will collapse today of all days. At least this is what you keep repeating in your mind, like a mantra. You step inside. It's dry, but cold. The icy, stale air cools your shivering limbs even further. A spiral staircase leads up to the higher levels and to the tops of the lighthouse. On the higher floors, you can see around windows in the side of the wall, through which thunder and lightning show brief flickers of light. Even the lowest corridor catches some of this light, so that you find yourself not completely in the dark. There are also some lamps that wind up along the banister. The black and white tiles on the floor have probably not been cleaned since the dawn of time. Storage boxes are cluttered around the place and take up about a third of the area of the ground level. To your astonishment, the walls of the lighthouse consist of solid stone foundation. The metallic red and white painted exterior cladding must have been installed some time later as a modernization measure. You think that a sex cult in here is now a bit unlikely, but you do not want to give up hope just yet. What now? The light switch. Trying won't hurt, unless of course you blow a fuse. You flip the light switch and wait in the twilight for something to happen. You know from old lamps in the cellar that they sometimes need a little time. Flip the switch again, and again. You come to the conclusion that you'll have to make do with the pale daylight. Inscription, just about read the inscription. Manage to make out. Activate to close the electrical circuit. Electricity powers many machines, especially those giving off light and warmth. Indeed, that is how light switches work. Inspect the boxes. The lighthouse is easy to reach from the port. It strikes you as odd that there are all these supplies here. Boxes seem to hold food supplies, which make up the bulk of the goods, and loads of spare electrical parts. You inspect one of the open crates that, according to its label, has been delivered by a company from Salem. Spare lamps, tools, wiring. In theory, even a dusty system, such as this one, can be brought back to life with all these parts. The food is not quite to your taste, but efficient. Tinned tuna, sauerkraut, and all kinds of canned fruit still fill over half of one of the open crates. 4 of the boxes are empty. 12 others are still untouched. Whoever lived here must have avoided contact with the locals, like the devil avoiding holy water. Maybe they knew things. Bannister has suffered the most age damage. The ravages of time have not only worn away the paint on the metal, but also the iron struts and pillars themselves. The scaffold seems to move precariously as you walk up, just as if the construction is about to collapse. When you're halfway up the stairs, you can hear a loud metallic creaking sound. The stairway suddenly jerks down a little, and your insides feel like they continue dropping to the ground. Fine dust flutters down into your head. You try to guess the depth of the fall. If the structure were to collapse now, you would break quite a few bones, or worse. The chances of you getting caught up in something increase with every step you take. Keep walking. Just because the core of the spiral staircase is a bit loose, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to collapse, right? And perhaps it's just the residual alcohol in your bloodstream that's causing everything to spin. You carefully continue your way to one of the higher floors. About 30 feet above the entrance hall is the first mezzanine floor. A metal plate in the core of the spiral staircase would also provide some stability if the whole thing wasn't so damn rusty. You can see a plain bed, a desk with a telephone, a chest of drawers, and a wardrobe with an embedded mirror. A Persian carpet is laid out over the ribbed metal floor, a pathetic attempt to make this room a little more homely. At least there is a window in this level. Rain pelts against the glass. Weather outside seems to get worse and worse. Yeah, inspect the room more closely. There's not much to explore here. Some neatly folded sheets and bedding have been placed on the bed, awaiting a new inhabitant, perhaps. You turn to the desk. On it are a few envelopes and an atlas. The envelopes. Grab an envelope from the stack. Your fingers glide over the rough fibrous paper. In the faint light, you can see how yellow the envelope is. Either this is a specially made paper from the craft shop, or these letters are pretty old. The envelope is not sealed, so you fish out 10 $100 bills and a piece of paper with strange jewels that doesn't make sense to you. Is that a language? The characters are too chaotic for a normal text, going across in rows and back again. On the back you find a small text in English. Means of payment, necessary for the purchase of goods and services, valid from, to, some doodles instead of date. Maybe it's art. The question is whether or not you can... Of course! The envelope had not been sealed, not a soul around for miles, and you need the money badly. You briefly try to convince yourself that the money might go off. It'd be something of a shelf life implied. Can't think of any better arguments, and even those you'd be hard-pressed to accept as an excuse for your behavior. Hastily, you stuff the bills into your inside pocket of your jacket. That's where they are now, right above your heart. You put the scribbled paper back into the envelope because that's exactly how you found it. Precisely like that. Get to bed. Doesn't look super cozy. There's a note pinned to the headboard, place of rest, used for sleep cycle and procreation rituals, traditionally used during the night time. For care instructions and terminology, check. Rest note is not legible and covered up by strange scribbles. The atlas from 1984 is still in amazingly good condition. You'd think that it had been sitting here on the desk for decades, waiting just for you. You look through the table of contents and then flip through the atlas. Some pages are marked. Areas in Antarctica and Australia are marked with strange curls. In addition, pages about the United States, the state of Massachusetts, and the surroundings of Innsmouth are marked. A yellowed road map of Innsmouth has been struck into these pages like a bookmark. The lighthouse is marked. On the last page you will find an entry. Land mass distribution and political territories valid for, followed by a series of the same curls. You put back the book. You put back the book how you found it. Telephone. There's no telephone with a dial plate, just for fun you pick up the receiver and get a dial tone. Next to the phone is another note. Communication apparatus connects acoustically to other similarly constructed equipment after the identification number is entered. Identification numbers can be obtained in person or from the central register provided. Under the phones are two old books dating back to the 70s. The first one is a consumer electronics manual. A short leaf through shows you manuals and construction plans for TVs, cameras, telephones, radios, cars, and the like. The other book is a Boston phone book. How convenient it's a Boston phone book. There's a bookmark peeling out of the side of it. When you open the book, on the page, the phone number of a carpet cleaning company is marked. You can't make a bet. Why not? Call the phone number. On a whim, you decide to call the number. Maybe someone on the other end has an explanation for all this. You know that it's very likely that the shop is bankrupt and the connection has been switched off. After all, the number is from the early 70s. To your surprise, there's a signal and it seems to ring at the other end. After 4 or 5 rings, someone actually picks up the phone. But instead of a voice, you hear a series of strange clicking noises, as if a giant cricket or an angry lobster were at the other end. Just hang up. Could be something wrong with the connection. Oh well. Expecting nothing else. You think you have seen enough and continue to follow the banister up the stairs. Meanwhile, thunder and lightning outside have become so furious, just as if the center of the storm is the lighthouse itself. Swiftly, you continue your way upstairs. The banister continues to bubble and squeak suspiciously, but it withstands the strain. The radius of the spiral staircase gradually becomes smaller. You estimate that you are now halfway up the building. You walk past another platform floor. This level is obviously used for nothing else but storing boxes. At least 30 or 40 boxes, stacked full to brim with books. Seeing all these books causes a warm and fuzzy feeling in the pit of your stomach. How adorable. The previous lighthouse keepers must have been bibliophiles. You hope that you get to meet them, even though the place does look pretty deserted. You inspect the books. Take a moment to examine the books and their contents more closely. Quickly you realize that these are almost exclusively non-fiction books. You discover lexicons, grammar for English and Spanish, non-fiction books on biology, chemistry, physics, and geography, also a Bible, a guide to etiquette, and a worn handbook for tourists on the East Coast. Out of interest, you flip through some of the books. The newest ones seem to be from around the 1980s, but some go as far back as the 20s. Many are decorated with strange curls around the edges. In the last box, you find a few books that differ greatly from the scientific character of the rest. These are books about occultism and obscure religions. Titles like The Mysteries of the Worm, Unspeakable Cults, and Liberivorous. Then there's also a book by a popular UFO nutcase, and suddenly everything makes sense. Maybe the housekeeper was a little soft in the head. Probably the loneliness. Well, maybe he's just aware of where he's living. You keep walking up the stairs and pass another mezzanine, and then you're on the upper level of the lighthouse. It's getting more and more unlikely that you'll find anything relating to your case here. I examine. Find a strange collection of objects on the level. Sports equipment, musical instruments, and toys. The objects seem to have no connection to each other. In one corner you see an old tube television sat with a Betamax device connected to it. Maybe it's worth looking through all this. Perhaps you'll find something valuable or interesting. Okay, let's look at the TV. A cassette is lying on top of the device with a note saying information memory. Insert into device and activate data playback. Watch it. Can't think of anything better to do with your time, so you insert the cassette and start the machine. The picture quality is, well, that of a video cassette. There doesn't seem to be any sound, just a series of images of people walking, strolling, running, hiking. The material seems to be cut together from different sources. Regardless of context, you see excerpts from movies, sports news, aerobics videos, music shows, then follow footage of people sitting on chairs, climbing chairs, dancing, cycling, swimming, all in complete silence. Finally, the screen goes dark. Just as you are about to take the tape out of the recorder, a new section of recording begins. Again, it's the same wild mix of source material, but this time the focus is on hands. Clapping hands, gesticulating hands, hands that use typewriters, cutting food, steering cars, and other things. You wait desperately for an explanation, but the whole movie is completely silent. Then the picture turns black, and with a loud click, the tape is ejected. Well, that was a waste of time. At least no creepy Japanese kids crawled out of the TV. Yeah, we're not quite in a horror movie yet. As a sports grump, you never manage to understand why people, after they have mastered mobility without using legs, would still voluntarily stand on bicycles or treadmills. For fun! You suspect it must be a deep-seated maximum collective soul. Maybe. The sports equipment includes a bicycle trainer, a treadmill, and a device that simulates climbing stairs. The latter seems pretty pointless to you, as this tower by God already has enough stairs. In general, you do not understand why all these devices had to be carried up all the way to the second to last floor. In addition, all the sports equipment looks like it's hardly ever been used. Each machine there is a small row of pictograms that show the use of the machine. At first you think they are instructions from the manufacturer, but then you realize that the pictograms are hand-drawn. Toys. It is a bunch of colorful objects arranged on a table. You find a Rubik's Cube, a plastic hoop, some juggling balls, and a bunch of Mikado sticks. There's also a few of those annoying skill-based games where you have two metal hooks tangled together and you have to get them apart somehow. But you can't make it work and get frustrated and just want to have tequila shots and be left alone with that kind of nonsense, Emma. That's not why you came to the pub, you know the kind. Besides the toys, you also find a pen and a piece of blank paper, a key and a padlock, some tins, a can opener, a plate of cutlery, and other everyday items. On the wall behind the table hangs a large poster on which someone has drawn two hands. It's labeled Hands. Know your tools. Underneath are some hand gestures that you can use to create shadow play. Fill for a bit and expand your repertoire. Now you can do the crane, the elephant, and the crossroads. Musical instruments. You see a piano and a guitar. You shudder just thinking about the poor soul who had to drag the piano up to this. Yeah. On top of the piano are some sheets of paper. Strangely enough, they are not musical scores, but a collection of curls and drawings, finger positions. It seems as if the piano was intended less as a musical instrument, and more as a training ground for finger acrobatics. You don't know what to make of all this. And that's why we'll just go upstairs. The last steps are always the hardest. Or was it the first ones? No matter which steps, your heart is now beating so strongly that you can feel it pressing against your chest. Once you're back home, you should really consider a healthier lifestyle. At least. I'm just like, game, stop telling me things. At last you have reached the top floor of the lighthouse. Dulled glass windows separate you from the thunderstorm outside. Rain pours down on the panes, and lightning occasionally illuminates the sky and reveals the billowing sea. If you were an artist, this would be the ideal place to paint tasteless paintings with ships on the churning waters. In the center of the floor, there is a metal column that must be there to support the lighthouse's uppermost platform. You assume that all of this serves to stabilize and balance the construction. Apart from that, the floor is completely unfurnished. Sheets of paper with strange doodles are fixed to some of the window panes. Pencil portraits of people, trees, houses, dogs. Around each drawing, someone seems to have made notes, but you can't make out the language. You wonder if it was a destitute artist who lived here towards the end, or some sort of Russian sleeper agent. Another ramp leads to the top of the lighthouse, where the actual lighthouse apparatus must be installed. You walk up the steep stairs. You've done it! You made it to the top of the lighthouse! Not in a million years did you think that this job would take you to such an exciting place in a boring coastal town. There is still a nasty thunderstorm out there, and the lightning keeps illuminating the glass cage in erratic intervals. Spellbound, you looked at the roaring waves. They're beautiful. The powerful and steady movement of the waves, the foamy salt water splashing up oh so incredibly high. You're so enticed by all that majestic beauty that you almost wish you were outside now to feel the fresh sea breeze on your skin. But wait, why did you come here again? You try to tear yourself away from the endless spectacle of the sea and turn your attention to the center of the small glass dome. It is then that you make a curious observation. The lighthouse has no light at all. There is no light construction that could rotate in the direction of the harbor or the sea. Not even a flashlight on a microphone stand. Where you would expect some sort of electrical machine, there's only a black column of about 3 feet height, whose curved forms merge at the top into a kind of marble plate. An altar, a voice in the back of your head informs you. I mean, we could be smart and leave, but no, let's look at the mysterious cube. Intrigued, you walk closer. The material of the cube must be bronze. It glistens dully in front of the black marble column. The object looks as if it belongs just there. It's perfect right where it is. Everything looks as if it's been made from one piece. What you first thought was some arbitrary decoration turns out to be hieroglyphics. Cranes, simple tools, knowing eyes. Curiously, you look to the column on which the cube rests. What are Egyptian hieroglyphs doing in a lighthouse on the east coast of the United States? Fingers are itching. You take the cube into your possession. Just for a brief second, you simply have to hold the bronze cube in your hands, feel the texture of its surface on your fingertips, inspect the hieroglyphics more closely, measure its exact weight, smell it, lick it. You have to know everything, absolutely everything about it. Yeah, this doesn't end well. You extend your hand and touch the cube. And now you can't let go of it again. It seems to have melted into your skin or somehow attached itself to you. Yes, it had sucked itself onto you, and it continues to suck. Your consciousness and your soul. Everything is now trapped in a never-ending slipstream coming from this cube. You feel like you are caught in a mighty vortex that pulls you down deeper and ever deeper. All of a sudden, you have a strange out-of-body experience and start to see yourself from the perspective of the cube. You feel something unbelievably strange beside you. Some sort of being has emerged from the depth of the vortex and is passing you by to float in the opposite direction. Your soul is swallowed by the cube, and something strange occupies your body, loosens the last anchors and pushes you over the edge. You cling desperately to your mortal shell, and then consciousness starts to crumble. For a brief moment you think that, from the perspective of the cube, you're looking at eyes that no longer belong to you. Then everything goes black. Yay. As you wake up from the restless dreams, a bright light shines into your eyes. It feels like a burning sensation directly penetrating into your brain. After the initial shock, you gradually come to your senses. You are no longer in the lighthouse. You find yourself in a huge round chamber made of dark, smooth stone. Curved lines adorn the walls and give off a soft fluorescent glow. You begin to wonder how many hours you've been knocked out. Did you have a stroke? No wonder, given all the stress you constantly put yourself under. A sound, a chirping and clacking that vaguely reminds you of insects. Only it's louder, and it seems to be coming from directly behind you. Someone's in this room with you. You turn around quickly, trying to find the source of the clacking sound, and you regret it immediately. Hideous, bizarre monsters are lined up in front of you like on the set of a bad horror movie. They're basically just huge cones of flesh covered with a thin film of slime. You can simply think of, neither, but sure, slugs. They have uneven skin covered with furrows and wrinkles and a thin film of mucus. You involuntarily think back to your childhood, to that dark period you refer to as the Big Snail Plague. You shudder as the thought of the army of snails that torpedoed your tender attempts to grow your own small tomato plantation in the family garden. Then came the rats. But right now, you have other problems. The flesh cones are a bizarre sight. Your mind is having trouble processing what it sees. At the top of the flesh cones, there are 4 tentacle-like growths, each ending in a different organ. 2 form huge sharp claws that appear to be clicking incessantly. Another one ends in a jumble of trumpet-like tubes, and a 4th one forms what you think is the head of the creature. A round organ with 3 eyes, a set of feelers above and a ring of tentacles just below. Half a dozen of these creatures now stare at you from their bright yellow eyes, clicking their scissors menacingly. One of the beings breaks away from the group and comes towards you with its claw raised. Try to run away? Yeah, only rational thing. The creature moves like a snail. It has no legs, rather its face expands and contracts again. Another feature it has in common with snails is that it is not particularly fast. You look around to scan the room. There is a door on the other side. You start running. But nothing happens. You want to move your feet, but something feels wrong. The creature is getting closer. It has already covered over half the distance between you. A feeling of doom sets in. Why can't you move? You can't even feel your legs. You are trapped somehow. Tied down, perhaps? You look down at yourself. But instead of your hands, these scissors at the end of tentacles appear in front of your eyes. You stare down at yourself in disbelief and find yourself transformed into a monstrous vermin. Where you were expecting to see your legs, there is only a fleshy cone from which 4 tentacles grow a pitiful claw arm, a trumpet-like extension, and your neck. You are no longer in your own body. What is happening to me, you ask yourself. Clearly know yourself. You are one of those monsters. You faint. You should be able to understand me now. Yeah. Meanwhile, whichever monster is out in our body, learning how to use hands. You open your eyes. You are still in the same position where you lost consciousness. Only a brief moment seems to have passed, but what is this pinching feeling on your neck? Looks like a small device has been attached to your new body. Waking up in a new body is disturbing. I understand that. So first of all, let me reassure you this state is not permanent, and when you return, you won't remember anything. You hear the voice not through your ears or the comparable organ in this body, but directly in your head. What you hear is the clicking of the scissors. I've attached a translation device to you. We can now discuss all the questions you no doubt have. Evidently, the beings communicate with each other via their scissors. So what would you like to know? Everything. Who are you? The creature straightens up. The translation in your head begins with an arrow carved as the great race of Yith. We are the wisest species in the whole of creation. Countless eons ago, but also in the distant future, we made it our mission to gather all the knowledge of the universe. We have sent our agents through space and time to observe and study. When we learned of our own demise in this way, we transplanted our spirits en masse into this form that you now see before you. Your new friend seems to want to do a playful pirouette to show off his body, but since he is resting on a slimy snail's foot, the process takes a good 2 minutes. Snazzy, isn't it? So functional and sturdy. His scissors rub against each other, which your device translates as a bashful coughing. Anyway, to answer your question more directly, can I call you Martin? My colleagues and I are archivists of the Great Library of Nakota's Department of Human Studies, Western Hemisphere Subdivision, Pre-Nuclear America Working Group, or as we call ourselves, the Tough Ambocytes. As if they've rehearsed it before, the other in the room began to shout, "Tough Ambocytes!" They're so eager. Yes, great, they're nerds. Yeah, ask another question. Where am I? The creature's thinking, you are in Australia. Huh, you always imagine Australia differently. The important question is, when are you? Clicks one of what beings from further back in the room. The creature close to you abruptly turns its long neck towards the heckler. Damn it, Frank, that's my favorite part of the newcomer lecture. Don't spoil it for me. Although you do not yet have much control over your new body, you can apparently roll your eyes. Okay, when am I? But the creature in front of you seems to be in a huff. It's no fun now. You are on Pangea in the Permian period, in late Paleozoic era, where in the distant future, Australia will one day rise. About 250 million years before we picked you up. I see. Yeah, what happened to my body? What happened to my body? The translator transforms your thought into clicking sounds. You can only hope that the pressing nature of your question has not been lost in translation. Yes, that's the unpleasant part of the lecture. You touched one of our carefully placed transmitters, so your mind was switched with one of our agents. Carefully placed transmitter? You mean the cube? The cube at the top of the abandoned and locked lighthouse in the forgotten backwoods village in the middle of nowhere? I guess. The transmitter is placed in a way that ensures it is only found by people who are not easily missed. While you are here, our agent is gathering vital information about your society and environment using your body. You are to remain here in his body and must wait until he has completed his mission. Then we will erase your memory so you won't take any of our superior knowledge with you and send you back. And how long does that normally take? The creature answered, oh, 3 to 10 years max. This information hits you like a kick in the stomach, which in this body seems to be the bottom of the fleshy cone. It's a very unusual feeling. 3 to 10 years? You mean Earth years? What am I supposed to do in the meantime? Well, we've got a lot of things to read around here. Also, we'd like you to write down your life story for us, an autobiography for the Great Library, preserved for all eternity. A bit of immortality most beings in this galaxy dare not even hope for. But I'm on a mission. I need my little girl. People are counting on me. The creature looks at you with something that, even despite the strange facial features, you manage to recognize as skepticism. If your mission was so important, why did you waste so much time in the lighthouse? Good question, actually. You accept that your mission is over. Try to use your time here productively. What would you like to know? Just what would you say? I'm hungry. Mainly vegetarian food. Do you have good vegetarian snacks? She nods confusedly. Strange question, but yes. It's very important that the food is completely plant-based. Oh, don't worry. We are all vegetarians. There are no other food options. Our species has evolved to the point where we have been feeding ourselves for ages without harming other intelligent life. Somehow the sensor doesn't make you as happy as it should. There's no sense of that usual feeling of moral superiority that settles in when you talk about your eating habits. You feel a little down. The youth clacks insecurely with its scissors. So, should I get you something to eat? Oh, never mind, you say glumly. I'm not that hungry after all. No questions. The creature seems to be baffled by this. Really? None? Nope. Okay. In that case, we'll set you up for training so you can get to know your new body a bit better. Once you've made some progress, we will teach you to write in Yith, and then you can start with writing down your life story. Frank, give me a hand here. He grabs the machine that looks like a mix between a forklift truck and a spatula. He carefully scrapes your currently still useless snail body off the floor and transports you out of the room. Oh goody. First you learn to control your new body, the trumpet-like extensions with simultaneous serve as a breathing organ, mouth and or waste outlet prove to be the biggest challenge. You can only eat if your whole body is working on the task. You almost suffocated several times while eating. You sincerely hope that the agent using your human body is doing a better job of it. Then you start to learn the curved script of the Yith. In fact, everything in the culture of the Yith is curved, smooth, or circular. They have an extreme aversion to right angles. When you ask Frank about it, he replies something about the dogs of the Tindallo who live in the corners of time and hunt time travelers. I see. Fair enough. You start to settle in. All in all, Yiths prove to be quite boring people once you actually get to know them. Their bodies do not allow for much mobility, and they have no sense for fiction, and they reproduce via spores, a very impersonal process which ensures that sex and love and all the dramas associated with them are completely unknown in their society. Since you are living in a host body, you are not allowed to take drugs or participate in any exciting or dangerous activities. The vegetarian food of the Yith is either very bland, or their taste buds are not very developed. Perhaps it's by design, since this species takes in and excretes food through a single organ. You would kill for a bag of potato chips. Then comes the point when you're asked to write down your autobiography. You write a truthful account of your life, or a mix between spy stories and adventure novels with a sprinkle of crime. I feel like it would be the only fun we get to have. But at the same time, I wonder what they'd say if we're just like, yeah, accurate. Your story. This creepy yet fascinating race of aliens wants to hear your story. That anybody wants to hear your story. You'll never get a chance like this again. You start writing. You write about your average childhood, boring jobs, friendships, romances, the little triumphs and defeats that nonetheless always motivated you to go on. That was the easy part. The trumpet-like arm with which you hold the alien writing device stills. Your autobiography has almost reached the present moment, the reason for your presence in the realm of the Yith. The incredibly stupid decision to turn to a life as a private investigator caused by boredom and the consumption of too many Hollywood movies. If only you hadn't given up your old job. You were magnificent as a graphic designer. Staring at a monitor in the dark all day long while your spine turned to mush and your right hand develops carpal tunnel syndrome, a delight. Why did you quit your job again? Oh right, because of the clients. Putting all your experiences and feelings into words proves to be a good form of therapy. You can't wait to turn your life around. Only you weren't stuck in this lump of alien meat. After a few dull months, it's finally time for a party. In a large hall, one of the archivists gives an extremely long and boring lecture on the importance of rapeseed oil in various human and post-human civilizations. All the Yith gather around small bar tables in the area and listen intently as they sip on nourishing slime, which is slightly sweeter than usual. Afterwards, there is a competition in solving quantum equations. The different working groups, complete with nerdy and terrible boring team names, compete against each other. The archivists of your working group, the tough Amblesites, are kicked out early on by the Atlantic Prehumanities and the persistent Platyhelminths to lukewarm applause. It is practically an orgiastic celebration by Yith standards. For you, the most important part of the evening is the first contact with the other guests of the Yith, other beings pushed out of their bodies by the agents of the library and hurled through time. Stand around in their guest bodies and talk to each other quietly. Fortunately, they have small name tags on, which you can see not only their names and working group, but also their species of origin. With you at the table are two creatures who are identified as Gregor, post-Mohammedan Eurasia Homo sapiens, and daughter of the second Amazon desert epoch, Mega Paraplantera Technologicus. You have the urgent need to talk to someone to avoid dying of brain hemorrhage due to boredom. Right here in front of you stands the mind of a completely alien being in the body of another completely alien being. How do you even start a conversation like that? Try with hello. Yeah, what actually is a blah blah blah? What actually is a mega planeta? Begins to look dreamily into the corner of the hall. That is an excellent question. Are we the sum of our experiences, or are we our actions? Are we products of our environment, or do we have free will? What makes me, me? A lesser detective wouldn't have been able to do anything with that answer, but you hung out in enough student pubs in your time to recognize a first-year philosophy student when you hear one. No, I mean biologically speaking. What is a megaparaplaneta? Do you come before or after humans? Her eyes focus again. Oh, megaparaplaneta are descendants of beetles that must have lived in your time. We come about 500,000 years after humans. I believe you call our ancestors cockroaches. I believe that. Come on, cockroaches, they're just known for being indestructible little shits. Of course. A giant cockroach discussing philosophy. How wonderful. Yes. Your two worst party encounters rolled into one. Giant cockroaches? Giant cockroaches, what strange thought. Giant cockroaches? How do you manage to survive all the surrounding humans? Oh, well, you know humans from prehistoric museums. They've gone extinct. Apparently you can't cope as well with radiation as we did pre-nuclear America. Which is strange, since it was you who contaminated everything with radiation. What do you mean contaminated? I'm sure that's far off in the future. Probably not far enough. Wipe yourself out in a war. Gotta admit that you're feeling a little queasy in the general direction of your youth's stomach. If you've often wondered, even fantasized, how mankind might exterminate itself, when it is being described by a creature from the future, it doesn't seem quite as fun a thought experiment. Haha, okay, I'm sure at the point where we all blow ourselves up is far off in the future, you say optimistically. Ziggle makes a dismissive gesture with her claw. Oh yes, don't worry. The nuclear war only happens at some point in the 21st century of the Common Era, and most people die before that anyway. I'm sure you're off the hook. Ha. Yeah. I'm a little curious just for the dialogue, but I'm also like, this is... no. I exactly how to talk to strange beings. After all, you've been on blind dates before. Yep, looks weirdly. Of course it hurt, but how did you know that I had a cramp in my wings once? So when I look at your eyes, I think you must wait, what? You're halfway through your chat-up routine before you realize it's going somehow differently to normal. Zulu seems very confused. What is this about? You trying to chat me up? Is this some kind of mating ritual? Okay, human. My ancestors involved in giant cockroaches, but even I find this pickup line too trashy. I'm just gonna stand somewhere else. Your instincts to leave this place begin to gain the upper hand. I'm just gonna stand somewhere else, you say, by way of clacking your scissors and then move your fleshy body a few yards away from Suzuki. Fine, okay, talk to Gregor. Another human being! The first contact in months you've had with another person! You turn to Gregor. So, hi. It's nice to meet a fellow human being. Where exactly are you from? His head flops towards you. He seems to have been lost in thought, but you have the feeling that he is happy to have an opportunity to talk. Is this true? Another human being? I'm so happy to finally be able to talk to a comrade. My name is Gregor Evaskinov. I'm from Kiev. And when are you from? When you're from? Done the little breeze strangely. Only a few seconds later you realize that it was probably an attempt at a tired smile. Performed by a person in a body that meets exactly 0 of the anatomical requirements for a smile. Last thing I remember is celebrating Labor Day with my friends. That was in 1980. I was promised that in 6 years, at the very latest, I would be allowed to go on with my life, and I will. Chernobyl, here I come. Did we tell them? Luckily, you're currently in a robust youth body because your human face would be chalk white right about now. Between he's been here a while. I don't know exactly what year it is presently for us, but I think he's been here a while. Which doesn't bode well for us getting out here anytime soon, but yeah, buddy, maybe don't go to Chernobyl. I stay away from Chernobyl, mate, you warn him with a slow clacking of your scissors. What? But why? He clacks back. At least now you have his full attention. Well, Chernobyl, you continue. Everyone knows about Chernobyl in my time. Gregor's eyes widen. Yes, why is that? Reactor incident. There was this awful reactor incident. Oh, damn it. Well, you paid a bit more attention to things while you were still human. Just by trying to combine the tidbits of knowledge you have into a plausible story. Hundreds of acres of land were contaminated, maybe even more. Gregor does not seem convinced. It all sounds to me like you know very little about Mother Russia, my friend. His scissors snips back and forth 3 times. They have a strange sense of humor in the capitalist states. Your honorable intention to warn Gregor of his potentially painful death is beginning to waver. Although, to be fair, if he ever makes it back to his body, if they erase his memory, he won't remember this anyway, so... Guy is slowly but surely getting on your nerves. What's more, he will have forgotten everything. Yeah, and here with time, you gotta let him live his life. Comrade? Tell me, Gregor, which country are you from? Gregor appears to be standing up a little bit taller. From the greatest country in the world, of course. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Only now does he seem to be reading your own name tag. Oh, an American. Tell me, in your time, are the workers of your country finally free? Have the capitalist devils surrendered to communism? Yeah, I wouldn't quite put it like that. You say, without getting specifics. What? Are you serious? Gregor says resignedly. I'm only saying that because you're bitter. Change the subject so as not feel anything. Yes, change the subject. This can't go well, right? How the fuck are you, clack your scissors? Perhaps a little too enthusiastically. Gregor's head tentacles twitch slightly. The universal interplanetary sign for who doesn't. Let's leave. Bye. This is how you pass your time. Despite your initial bumps, you end up getting more closely acquainted with Gregor, and your shared fate is what ties you together. Over the coming months and years, you end up becoming friends and sharing common interests. You spend most of your time studying human history. Gregor manages to get you interested in the history of mankind and Earth in general, and you spend a lot of time in the library or talking to other guests at the Yith. You become quite an expert in human history, even epochs whose knowledge is almost completely lost in your time. Like the Chronicles of Hyperborea, you also learn many things about the lives and history of the Native Americans, things no one ever taught you in school. Shame you're not going to remember this, assuming they do ever actually return us, but hey. You have long and intense debates with Zizgul about philosophy and learn new and interesting things about yourself. Sometimes in quiet moments you wonder what you would do if you were back in your old body. You get the feeling that you have never really learned to appreciate it. This is how the years go by, and towards the end, the boredom with the Yith becomes almost bearable. And then your time with the Yith is over. Finally the day has come. You're being led to the transport room. It's the same room you arrived in so many years ago. When the process starts, you overhear 2 of the librarians talk. You have erased this participant's memory, right? I thought you were doing that. Oh shit, and you're gone. I get to remember? Back to the Boston apartment. I wondered if we would have just been left in the lighthouse. You wake up, as you have woken up many times before, after drunken nights out in some dive bar, after awful parties at which you drank yourself into a stupor, but it's different this time. The flickering before your eyes ceases, the agony and disorientation give way to a sense of clarity that you have rarely felt. Your normally slightly hazy thoughts are clear, not a shallow pond, but a crystal clear lake. Your memory is filled with knowledge from the intensive studies you have undertaken in the Great Library. So much knowledge. Your gaze wanders through the room in which you find yourself. The room sits there calmly between these 4 well-known walls. You are at home on your sofa. Well, technically it's not your sofa. It's a completely new one without the bugs and rats that have moved into a nest in the bottom. Everything is unnaturally clean, and the sofa does not seem to be the only piece of furniture that has been replaced. Later you will find out that the Yith who had swapped places with you has not only used his 6 years for highly efficient studies, he also applied for a position at the largest historical museum in Boston. Successfully, of course, because the Yith do not do things by halves. Your eyes light up as you read the numbers on your last paycheck. You hold the paper so close to your face that your nose brushes the paper. Twice a year, twice as often as you normally would, your possessed body has contacted your family, giving what appears to be completely neutral, boring, and meaningless confirmations that you are fine. There are postcards from your relatives sending greetings from their holidays. Postcards which say that they are proud of you, proud that you've managed to turn your life around. That's certainly one way of putting it. The Yith has eaten well. Fresh fruit.
Hold on to your butts.
Cheeky! Thank you for the raid! Boop. Hello, Phoenix Merlin. Hey, Hen! Hello, everybody. How was everybody? How was your stream? More Fall Guys, huh? How's the chaos? Oh, hello. Hello, little goblin. How's everybody? I'm too warm. Don't mind me. I slow. Hi. I'm a Shrimp variety streamer. I'm mostly inclined towards spooks and sims, but I've been doing a lot of Dragon Age lately. But today I'm putting the variety back. We've been doing the Innsmouth case, which is a wonderful text adventure of you're a private investigator, you get a case to go to Innsmouth looking for a supposedly missing kid, and it goes all about as potentially well as you expect. But there's like different paths and multiple endings, so I'm just going through different options at the moment. And this is just towards the end of one where we had a body swap incident with a completely different race where they just want to study. And we've just been put back in our actual body. How are you, Shrimp? I am good. And I'm a dip out. 2 a.m. means I should at least try to sleep. Yes, 2 a.m. Please sleep. Have a good sleep, Phoenix Merlin. Oh, you make a great PI. Don't know about that. But hey, I survived. The first ending I got was the one I survived, so... Little goblin, thank you for the follow. Boop. But yeah, how was Fall Guys? How was everything? Just need to go grab food and decompress and I shall be back. I hope your stream so far has been awesome. Yeah, you get all the things. I know how it is post-stream. It has been very fun. I very much enjoyed this game. Somebody else managed to dub today. Ooh. Great times for all the falling. But yeah, I'm basically at the point where like I'm going to finish this bit and then I'm going to end because for one, I'm hungry, and for two, this room is getting far too warm. Which is fine and all, but I don't take heat well. Yeah, please go on. Oh, I will. I have leftover pizza after this, which I think I'm just gonna have cold. We will do sub-moving night, and I will just open a lot of doors and windows and stuff. Too hot to live. I'm just a little snow shrimp. Neither heat is the worst. Oh, all of the high fives to that. If I could separate myself into a little bubble that had its own temperature control, I'd be like, you heat lovers, go enjoy your like summer and heat waves and, you know, yay, climate change. Oh, yay. I'll be over here in like my very much cooler bubble. Be great. Cold pizza is the best thing about pizza. It's great if it's hot or it's cold. Certainly one way of putting it. The youth has eaten well, fresh fruit, the prescribed daily minimum of vitamins, proteins, and fiber to make his studies as efficient as possible. The youth also exercised. Oh man, they took real good care of our body then. In the bathroom, you look at your body and stretch it in front of the mirror. You take off one layer of clothing after another. 6 years have gone by. Intrigued, you look at your face in the mirror. A few more wrinkles. For sure, yet you feel that your life is only just beginning. How nice. Youth recap the pun. You spend 6 years of your life among the youth, as if you had anything else going on. Yeah. But it's been a eventful time. Okay, we just, had an alien body swap and then put back. There was the one where I escaped and things were okay. There's, a really bad dream, death, getting murdered by the person who hired us, getting burnt at the stake, all for Dagon's sake, of course, but whew. It's great because there's all the little chapters and you can just go and load into. Could you please scroll? So if you want to like redo something or try different options, you don't have to replay everything. You can go to the chapters. It's great. I'm sure there's probably even more I haven't discovered. Although I do feel like I've probably went through a reasonable amount. Oh, can I do? No. I will redo the, I want to redo the hotel one because I want to see if I can survive that. But maybe not this time. Not this time. We'll go. It was a very, very fulfilling Innsmouth case. Oh, there's the quid up there. I was like, It's there. It's there. Yes, I'd like to quit game. Right. In no particular order of things. For one, I'm going to refresh my memory on what is movie night tonight. Sounds and use my stream deck to its maximum potential. Oh, I'm not even logged in. You know, just some casual social media for any interested parties. There's all the usual stuff, you know. There's Discord, Twitter. There's a gaming YouTube channel. If you are YouTube inclined, it's currently, let's see, we finished Doki Doki on that, so it's currently doing Resident Evil 6, Next Mortis, and an occasional sprinkle of other things. Can you please recognize that I click on things? Thank you. Okay. Oh yes, this I was excited. Right, 'cause sub movie nights we've been doing the Marvel movies. Last time was Ant-Man. And okay, yeah. We're just doing them in order of like through the phases. So it's Civil War next. I do love Civil War. It's gonna be. It's 2 hours 30 minutes. It is going to be fun, but yeah, I might get ice cream for that. But in the meantime, we'll see who'd raid. Why are you? Why did you switch yourself off of dark mode, Twitch? My eyes weren't ready for that. But yes, do a raid. I'll hang out there. I'm probably going to take like 15-20 minutes to, you know, do post-stream things. Then Discord movie night. It will be fun. Oh man. Decisions everywhere. Oh, are you still? Damn. Well, if they're still alive, this is a must. Thought I would have missed, but no, my time's just off. As soon as this ad kindly leaves. Again, do I miss the days when, you know, an ad was just like, you remember those little teeny tiny ones at the bottom of YouTube videos that were just completely invasive, chill? Why is this? This is Clicker Heroes. What's going on? Okay, we're gonna raid Wish. He is doing a 24-hour birthday stream. This is down towards the end of it. On Clicker Heroes at this point. I have no idea what's going on, but it's going to be fun. These little banner ads. Yeah, ads used to be so... We didn't know how good we had it. We did not know how good we had it. Oh, but thank you all for hanging out. Thank you everybody again for the raids. You're all so lovely. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekends. I will see people on Tuesday evening for Dragon Age. Times down in the stream elements thing in the description. It'll handle time zone conversions and everything. I'm going to go hug a cold water tap and like throw some ice in my drink and do all those wonderful fun things. I'll see you guys. And Hambo will miss you too. Bye!